For main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the SSL Gold Cup Finals series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Today is the first day of the quarter-finals here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. And we have 8 new teams in fleet number 1. We have Great Britain and Denmark. In fleet number 2, we have Germany and the Netherlands. In fleet number 3, we have New Zealand and Australia. And in fleet number 4, we have Italy and Spain. Today, we are expecting about 7 knots of wind. Wind should be coming out of anywhere from 130 degrees to 90 degrees with 1 meter waves. Anyhow, that's enough for me here at the mainsail trimmer's position. And let's go talk to Raquel and see who she found at the village this morning.
Good morning. We are back in the race village after 2 days off, and it's day 1 of the quarterfinals. I'm with Alfredo Gonzalez. We have a Spanish team member because we're in Spain, right? And so finally, the host team is racing in a very, very strong fleet, Alfredo. What are you thinking?
Yeah. We have a good face. We are we have a big names in our team, but now we are a group. We need to improve to make a team, but our idea is go to step by step and try to defend our flag.
Of course, Alfredo is actually a Canarian. He's from Lanzarote, so a little different from Gran Canaria. But still, Alfredo, what do we expect for today and the coming days? A little bit on the light side, right?
Our kite planning from here. I try to follow the here recommendation, and still very very calm and go to step by step.
Okay. So you guys, we're gonna see Team Spain race against Team Italy, Switzerland and Lithuania. It's gonna be a very good race, like the three previous one. Back to you.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
It was another exciting round as we end the 8th of the finals of the SSL Gold Cup Finals series. In this round, we saw every single team struggling to pass to the next round, except for one team. Team Lithuania had a clean sweep, winning every single one of their races and maxing out the point counts by winning the last race on the Golden Day. In Fleet 1, we saw Argentina sailing well all week long as they led the fleet coming into the final day. Hungary and the USA were tied with 7 points, and Malaysia last after one win and 2 disastrous days. But on the Golden Day, they managed to win the race, allowing them to move on to the quarterfinals and write Malaysian history, as this is the best result ever in Malaysian sailing. In Fleet 2, Lithuania won every single race, including the final one. With their 20 points in 4 races, they broke all the winning records so far in the competition. Poland had a disastrous week, picking up penalties, disqualifications, and red flags. It was mathematically impossible for them to go further on. So the battle was now between Brazil and Tahiti, and from the start, it was clear that it was going to be a full-on assault. Halfway through the race, Tahiti made a small mistake, and it was enough for Brazil to pass and qualify to the quarterfinals. In Fleet 3, the Republic of South Africa and Switzerland were tied in points going into the last race. Chile was third, but only 1 point behind. Chile, Republic of South Africa, and Switzerland had a never-ending, nail-biting battle until a couple of 100 meters before the finishing line, where Switzerland passed the Republic of South Africa, finishing third, but that was enough for Switzerland to qualify and move on to the next round, along with Chile, who won the race. In Fleet 4, Portugal had an outstanding week, winning 2 races. Slovenia also won 1 race. Sweden sailed well and found their groove towards the end of the week. France, on the other hand, had a disappointing week, finishing third twice and getting disqualified in race 3. However, they turned up the heat and sailed to their potential in the last race of the week on the Golden Day. The scenario was completely improbable. They needed to catch up to Slovenia, slow them down, cross the finish line, and have Sweden and Portugal pass in front in a bold, aggressive, unrelentless, and borderline legal move. They managed to take Slovenia out and qualify to the quarter of the finals. Overall, after 4 races in Fleet number 4, Portugal and France move on. Portugal with 17 points, France with 12. Sweden and Slovenia are out. Coming up next is the quarter of the finals, where we will see our 8 teams from this third round battling against the 8 new teams. See you Monday, 27th of November at 10:30 local time for the beginning of the quarterfinals of the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the Football World Cup in sailing. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. It is Monday, and we are getting ready for the first day here of the quarterfinals. I have with me here in the studio Chris Poole. Chris, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. So let's get things started here as the boats are already onto the water. Let's take a look at the match board for today's racing. So we are in the quarterfinals, and in fleet number 1, which is the first fleet that'll be racing this morning, we'll be seeing Great Britain, Denmark, Malaysia, and France. In fleet number 2, we'll be seeing Germany, the Netherlands, Chile, and Hungary. In fleet number 3, it'll be Brazil, Portugal, New Zealand, Australia. And in fleet number 4, it'll be Switzerland, Lithuania, Italy, and Spain. Now let's take a look at the teams out on the water right now. This is fleet number 1. So on top left hand side of your screen is Team Great Britain, the Spitfires, SSL rank number 2. Team weight 725 kilos, and the captain of the team is Ian Williams. Denmark, the Danish Dynamite, SSL rank number 7, weighing in at 723 kilos, and the captain of that team is number 9, Frederik Korsgaard. Bottom left-hand side of your screen is Team Malaysia, the Monsoons, SSL rank number 47, weighing in at 726 kilos. Captain of that team, Megat Daniel. And to the bottom right, France, Les Bleus are SSL ranked number 6, weighing in at 719 kilos. The captain of that team is Loïc Perron. That being said, now let's listen to the team's national anthems.
ses féroces soldats qui l'aident jusque dans nos mains, égorger nos fils et nos compagnes, aux armes citoyens, formés au bataillon, marchons, marchons, car sans mur, à Sion.
1, 2, 3,
And those were today's national anthems of the teams that are out there. Let's now take a look at the lineup here as we have at the helm Ian Williams, we have tactician Nick Asher, Ben Saxon, main trim, offside trimmer Aaron Cooper, floater Luke Patience, the second floater is Freya Black, Philip Clappen is the grinder, Kate McGregor floater, Peter Cummings is the trimmer, and in the pit James Dodd as well as Mac Cornwell at the bow. Now moving on to our next team. Team Denmark, captain of the team Frederick Kosgaard, pit Morten Hansen, as the trimmer is Frederick Hansen, at the helm Klaus Johansson, bow Christian Tau, the mainsail Jakub Gul, tactics Christian Priest, and the trimmer is skipper Hermansen. Moving on to Team Malaysia. At the helm we have Khairul Nizam, the tactician is Noor Shazrin, grinder Asvad, trimmer Hakimi, bowman Saif Ullah, the pitman is Azar, the offside trimmer is Khairul Hafiz, and main trimmer is Uzair, as well as our floater Akiuddin. Moving on to our last team, which is Team France. As grinder, we have Anthony Munoz. As the pitman, we have Bruno Jean-Jean. Bowman, Edouard Mas. Mid-bow, Elliot Michal. Trimmer, Emeric Michel. Helmsman, François Brenac. Trimmer, Hugo Studler. Tactician, Stefan Christidis. And main trimmer, captain of the boat, is Xavier Roar. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the lineup of your teams sailing out there right now. And as we wait for the orange flag to go up, we have a small clip showing you the mainsail trimmer's position, the one that you saw me at earlier this morning in the first clip. So here's a little look at that clip.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew, though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
My name is Fredrik Orell and I do the pit on the boat. The pitman is the coordinator of all the ropes.
The tactician, the skipper, all those guys tell us where they're going and we're going to make it happen. And without us, that doesn't happen. So you could say we're the most important part of the boat, especially me and the bowman. We make things happen and the tacticians just wish it.
What I do is I work together with the barman to make sure all the sails come up and down smoothly, and I also trim the runners. It's a bit of a piano play with all the jammers and halyards and runners and tack lines and stuff, but pretty busy.
So here in the pit, it's where all the halyards and some other ropes that control the going up and down of the sails finish. So I have clutches where I can open so the ropes can run out, and I can close so that they are locked. With these two winches, I also control some of the halyards and stuff, but mostly the runners, the rope pulling the mast back. So these are these grey boys. And this gate's quite heavy because we have to pull the mast back against the wind.
How much would someone have to pay you to eat a live spider? Depends if it's poisonous.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And if it's hairy.
Yeah.
Oh, quite a lot for a big hairy one, but a small one maybe. I don't know.
How much for a small one? I did for 200 quid a small one.
200 quid?
Yeah.
€10?
Yeah, I was thinking €10. A wee one.
Yeah. It's protein.
Do you know there's a restaurant I went to in London which is the only meat on the menu is insects.
Bugs.
Yeah. They're like, this is the future of eating. Is you don't eat red meat or cows or whatever, you eat a bug.
Right. So we're going to be paying to eat spiders in a few years' time.
Yeah. Might get that crunch and salty crunch of a spider's leg down your neck. Dinosaurs or dragons, which one would you wish existed now?
I think there's plenty of dinosaurs around right now, but hopefully we aren't some of them.
I thought you were going to say, and therefore dragons. I want to see a fire-breathing dragon. I'd say a dragon.
What is your best memory as a sailor? Ian?
Mine is probably my first match racing world championship.
Nice.
How come?
It's quite a long time ago, so it's quite hard to remember it, I have to admit. But yeah, it's I guess it's about achieving a goal, isn't it, that you set yourself for a long time and worked hard to try and achieve.
What is the most interesting thing for you in the SSL Gold Cup event?
Probably the most interesting is the people involved. Great sailors out on the race course. And
yeah, huge variety of nations and teams and sailors from different backgrounds. It's good to mix.
Do you think penguins have knees?
Aaron, this is your one, because you look like a penguin expert.
I mean, you'd think they would under the little tuxedo, right? They kind of walk like they don't have knees.
I think I'm going with no on that one.
No? Team choice? No?
Yeah, no. I'm
No.
going to
No
vote
knees.
no.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that it's in need.
I think as a floater, it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start, I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds, or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds, it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard, and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs? They seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
Yeah, I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for that.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot
actually.
Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You want to...
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels. One on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
Open the box in the corner, take it and go back to the bench. That's the London Olympic gold medal. It reminds me a lot of the memory back in 2012 when I won this gold in Olympics. This gold medal was the first ever in Asia and nowadays still the only sailing dinghy gold medal in Asia. I think not only made a history for my country but also made the whole Asia proud. And then I remember a lot of people cheering for me on the medal race area. I realized several generations of Chinese sailors dream. Now the real medal is in China Maritime Museum. So if you ever travel to China, to Shanghai, pay a visit to the China Maritime Museum and you'll see a lot of exhibits that I donated and hopefully to showcase a bit of my experience and story in order to inspire more people to join the sailing family.
My name is Jacob Wilson and I'm the midbow on SSL Teams Sweden.
Mostly I'm an extra hand on the upwinds. I'm helping the pitman a lot and the bowman. On the downwinds I'm helping the grinder, giving him an extra hand and moving my body weight around and giving a hand where it's needed.
I give back and forward information so that everyone on the boat knows it. You have to be ready all the time to help.
As a midbow, I think the hard part is you have to understand what's gonna be the next move, so you're at the right spot at the right time.
It's like the old position in football called libero, because you have to change position and do different things and give a helping hand if there's need a man.
How does it feel to get gold medal at the Olympics? Well, it's like climbing the top of a big mountain. It's the goal of every athlete. You know, the ultimate goal for every athlete is a gold medal at the Olympic Games. But getting a medal for sure is a great feeling. You feel great, you feel on top of the world. But I think the process of getting the gold medal and the improvement and what you have to go through is what enriches you more than the gold medal itself. Is it stressful to be the captain of the SSL Team Brazil? Yeah, kind of, because we're sailing with a group of very good sailors. I mean, a lot of champions in the boats. You feel kind of the responsibility to be, to raise your bar and to sail the best every time you jump on that boat and sail with those guys. So it puts a little bit of pressure. The more you sail with the team and the more time you spend feeling that stress, the more used to it.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillar stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the mainsail. During the race, you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails because the sails are so heavy.
Which music are you listening all the time right now?
I'm listening to Jamie T's new album. Top of my list on Spotify at the moment. Jamie T. Number one album in the UK at the moment.
Who's Jamie T? I've not heard of Jamie T.
You haven't heard of Jamie T?
No.
I've got a lot of Dead Mouse and electronic dance music because I was in Ibiza last week.
Yeah, really? That's epic. That's epic. I've been listening to a lot of Coldplay recently, but not the dreary, boring ones like the bangers, you know.
Yeah, euphoric.
Yeah. You were in Ibiza last week.
Yeah.
Were you?
Mm.
Do you think that your team could win SSL Gold Cup? Could win SSL Gold Cup? Or will?
Ooh.
Of course we could.
Yeah.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we are back. So we had to wait for the wind to come in here a little bit, but as you see, we orange is up, and we are 6 minutes 45 seconds away from going live here. As it looks like orange is up, and the AP flag is still up there on the race committee. But as far as I know, that should be coming down here very soon. So let's take a look here at the race course. I remember we take the start, we tack all the way upwind, and we get to mark number 1, then beam reach all the way to the offset mark, and then we jibe all the way back down through the gates, and this is where we'll be seeing probably the most action, and then back up and around mark 3 offset mark and down to the finish. Now this mark 3 here, sometimes if we decide to change the race course, will turn into a single mark, which will be of a pink color. So here we don't see it on this particular course on this course map here, but
yeah, and with the pink mark, what you'll see is there will no longer be an offset mark, so it'll be straight into a kite hoist maneuver, and it's usually either a left or right shift, and or they feel the course is too short, the breezes come up, they'll lengthen the course and or shorten it accordingly to make sure we're fitting into the set race times.
Yeah, exactly. So things can evolve here on the race course as we are racing, depending on what race committee decides to do. Just to remind you guys, we are at 45. The goal is 45 minutes of racing. So depending on if the wind's coming up or dying down, then we perhaps will see a change in course.
Yeah, and as you can see, we're on board with Great Britain here, and they do have the Genoas up. The pressure is light, but the sea state looks quite flat compared to what we've seen in prior weeks. So it should make for some interesting racing, and the pre-start should be pretty close.
Yeah, and you know what you're talking about. Chris Poole here. He is captain of Team USA. You were sailing last week. You just a little bit about yourself. You live in Westport, Connecticut, and you're a match racer. You're actually currently #1 in the world in terms of match racing ranking, and you've had a pretty impressive Congressional Cup. You are the first one to ever be undefeated at a score of 24-0. So,
yeah, it was
match racing is you know what you're doing.
Yeah, the one-on-one stuff. That's what I got into after university, and become quite good at it. I've built a really strong team, and actually one of my teammates is currently racing with Great Britain, Bowman Matt Cornwell. Primarily when he's not doing the SSL, and he's match racing, he's with my team on Riptide Racing.
Ah, right. Okay, cool. Very interesting. So here we are looking right there at the British. The British, this is their race number 1 here, as they are part of 2 of the new teams that are in this fleet. So the 2 new teams that are here this week is Great Britain and Denmark. And we have France that came in last week, which managed to qualify themselves. Perhaps seen that spectacular finish against was it Lithuania? No, it was
Slovenia.
Slovenia. That's right.
The French showcasing they have some match race prowess in that team as well.
Absolutely.
Very well executed mark trap, and they did exactly what they needed to advance. And here we are. We get to watch them race in the next stage.
That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. And then we have our last team, our 4th team here, which is Malaysia. And Malaysia, listen to this, guys. Malaysia has been here since day 1. So these guys are the least well-ranked team out of all of the ones that are here, and they've been making it through all of the rounds. They started in the 32nd, went through to the 16th, then went through to the 8th, and now they're here in the quarterfinals, which is just, it's really great. This is the best Malaysian sailing has ever been. And it's really funny because I was speaking to the captain, and some of the guys on there, just so you guys realize, these are not professional sailors. Some of them are actually crane operators. Others are driving.
They have full-time jobs. They get this opportunity to come over and race against the world's best, and they've been sailing well all week. I got to race them. They were in our fleet last week, and they were very strong. They had a good upwind mode that we couldn't quite replicate, and they deserve to be through to this next round.
Yeah, so what race is this for them? This is the 13th race, I think. They
have a lot of time compared to the other teams in their group on the water.
GBR race number 1 for them. Denmark race number 1 for them. Race number 13 for Malaysia. But they're getting tired. They're getting tired. So here we are, 1 minute 30 seconds before the start. We're on board with Team France. As you see here, people are jostling up for position. This is interesting. It's day number 1, so we do sort of expect to see, for example, Malaysia and France to be out in front, as GBR and Denmark need to sort of find their marks. But we'll see. I mean, there could be a surprise.
Yeah, we don't know where the 2 new incoming teams stack up in experience and how they can figure out these boats. They are a bit tricky at times, and very condition dependent. You can see the 2 new teams to windward here holding each other up, and Malaysia and France are just kind of setting up their time and distance run into this start line.
Yeah, so you'll see it here first, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first time we see these 2 new teams right here in the forefront. It'll be interesting. Let's see how these guys sail. Let's see how they measure up to teams like Malaysia that have been here for now weeks. So very interesting. 30 seconds left to go, and as we see them coming up, number 1 right there is telling his skipper, let's go, let's go, let's go, keep it moving forward, forward. So 20 seconds here as we see France kind of bearing away as they're a little bit early.
Yeah, they're going for their trigger pull actually, and unlike some race courses, there's actually a pin boat.
Oh, look at this, Malaysia squeezing out the newbies.
Yeah, now they're going for their trigger pull, but they have parked it up close to the committee boat. They clearly want that right side, and they want to be tight lured on the Great British team to windward.
Wow, what a great start right there as we see the green flag goes up, and that only means that the line is open. So we didn't see any individual recall flag. Just to remind you, it is the white flag with the blue cross in it, and it looks like it's all clear. So this is it. This is the very first race of the quarter of the finals, and It's on. So it looks as though right now we already have 3 boats that are racing one another. It looks as though I think it's the Danish team right now, which is just a little bit behind.
Yeah, but still in clear air, and they also have the option to tack out, which you're going to see right here as they bail out of there. Starting to fall into a bit of Great Britain's gas.
Yeah, obviously, guys, it's really important for the boats to be able to sail in what we call clean air. So clean air is undisturbed air. You can imagine that the air flowing around those sails, those giant sails right there, are creating quite a bit of turbulence behind them. And so as soon as a boat will sail into that turbulence, well, it'll be just like an airplane. It'll shake all over the place.
It's not efficient to going fast, and so you want to just have a nice clean lane. And Malaysia did a really nice job on that start with that last little luff to put Great Britain right under them, and has also forced Great Britain out of there.
So there we see the experience of the 2 boats that have already had a couple of races. So for France, this is race number 5. Malaysia, this is race number 13. GBR and Denmark, this is race number 1 for them.
Yeah, and you know, I think a lot of the teams come in having watched some of the footage and have been learning from what they're seeing previous teams do. It's just about coming off the line, you know, make sure you have clear air and just kind of working through it a little bit at a time. You're not looking for, you know, that silver bullet. You're just looking for little things here and there and work towards the final double points race at the end of this stage.
Yeah, exactly. So if you can sail like Lithuania has in the last race and win absolutely everything, well, and you pretty much have no issues going into the last race, as no one's going to hunt you down. You have too many points. They'll be fighting and hunting down the second place guy.
Yeah, exactly. It's great if you can put up a picket fence and go into the final race with no stress. And I know Rukus, well, we sailed up almost 65 together, and they've been really focused. But like he said, it's nice, but it's also a bit of pressure. But ultimately, each stage is a clean scorecard. No one has any points, and you have to start all over again.
And that's what makes this format so exciting, is that everything is to work for, and you can get kicked out at any time. It's a direct elimination, which is something that is not very common in classic, if we should say, fleet racing.
Yeah, it it puts a lot of emphasis on, you know, not making big mistakes and just staying close. As we've seen all the past few weeks, there are passing lanes on this race course, and the 4-boat format is very uncommon in the sailing world. So there are opportunities to pass. You come around the mark 4th, you can all of a sudden jump up to 1st.
So having 4 boats gives you the opportunity to sort of sometimes play the fleet or play your opposition. And speaking of playing your opposition, it's looking like we're going to have our first cross here between France and GBR. Here we go. So Great Britain has the right of way right there. And
I believe that's Malaysia, actually.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It is Malaysia.
So pretty even here. Strong lee bow. About looks where they were when they came off the line. So not a huge favor to one side of the course or the other as of yet.
No. So we saw those boats really quite close together. Oh, as they do a big bearway right there to try to get some speed, perhaps a little too big.
Yeah, well, these boats are incredibly high performance, and you need to keep that flow on the foil, and maybe the skipper just felt the flow had been lost a little bit, so he just dove down, get up to speed, and now you can see they're about matched with Great Britain, and now they can start working into that height mode and trying to close up the gap and force Great Britain back out to that right side of the course.
So, as you said, very interesting here to see that Great Britain went off to the right-hand side, and currently it is not, for them right there, they're not really wanting to go back to the right-hand side, otherwise they would have tacked and gone back off to the other side. Perhaps Malaysia also didn't do quite a job they wanted to do in blocking the British. We'll see now what happens here with Team France, as Team France went off to the left-hand side. Remember, guys, that it's the best way pretty much for all these boats to see what's going on the water is for them to come back together. And we see here that obviously the boats that went off to the right are passing in front of the boats that went off to the left. So it seems right now as though perhaps the right-hand side of the race course has perhaps a slight advantage. And It seems that that's what GBR has also been thinking. So they're going to go back off to the right-hand side, and they're going to attack right in front of Team France in order for Team France to have that bad air and send Team France back to the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's interesting. No real big favored side. Malaysia clearly choosing to leave out under Great Britain wanting to get back to the left, but now Great Britain had an opportunity to slam tack on top of France and force them back to the left. So their tactician must be calling a bit of right pressure, perhaps, and they want to get out there.
So very interesting as we have a little bit of time here, as it's kind of, I have the impression compared to the other days we're in slow motion a little bit, and we're having enough time to really be able to analyze what's going on. But here you see the whole crew is out hiking, so as they're going and getting further up into the race course, it seems as though perhaps a little bit more pressure up at top side.
Yeah, I think we saw this last week as you got away from the start area, just with the topography of the island, it's a little more pressure on the offshore, and as you get up to the top, it freshens a little bit. You want to be full hikes. As you can see, Denmark is still not too far out of this race despite the less than strong start. Just sailing their own race out to the right and staying in clear air, and it'll be interesting to see how they stack up when they come back to this top mark.
So the race course is set up at 0.85 nautical miles at a heading of 070. Just for your information, we'll see if that changes at all as they get down back to the gates once they start heading back downwind. That'll give us a good indication of what the wind is doing. Oh, look at how they've set up that mainsail right there, all those wrinkles in there. And perhaps you can talk a little bit about, Chris, about
the sail shape.
The sail shape and why they decided to...
Yeah, so generally when you start to see those wrinkles, that means your control lines are kind of off. They're trying to add power to the main. They're trying to add some depth. So like a really strapped on sail will have, generally you'll pull those wrinkles out. And it's part of just how the cloth works. And this is, the wrinkles aren't necessarily fast, but it does give you a much better foil shape going upwind.
So a more powerful shape to the sail. It's a little bit rounder. It's got more volume, shall we say?
Yeah. And what we just saw is actually Great Britain has now crossed ahead of Malaysia. So no lead bow. Malaysia opting to just go behind and get over to this right side.
So that was tactically the right thing to do, and as we saw, GBR wanted to go back off to the right-hand side. Malaysia kept on going to the left and crossed behind. So here we go. Everybody's going back off to the right-hand side, as it seems as though the right-hand side is paying. And look at that, Team France just coming in hot right there.
From the left, a little bit of left pressure there, it looks like.
We see really everybody putting on if you look now at the Genoa of Team France, as we saw earlier, you could really see the volume right there.
Yeah, they have it a bit what we call scalloping, where it has the little divots as it goes up the forestay. That just adds, again, like we were talking, it adds depth to the sail. It gives you power in lighter conditions. And today we're seeing a very flat sea state compared to what we've seen in prior weeks. So looking for extra power in this flat sea state to get the boat really rumbling.
So it's very interesting as we're seeing perhaps a little bit of different shapes here on the sails. So for all you guys out there that are learning a little bit about how to set up your sails and stuff, know that you can adjust, really change the shape of your sail. It's not just about sheeting in, sheeting out.
Yeah, it's a constant give and take, and that's why you want to bring your best trimmers to this event, is because the boats are one design, and so the only edge you're going to get is how you can set up that sail within the controls that are provided. So you'll see different setups on different boats, and sometimes that's based off of what the trimmer wants or what the skipper needs to be feeling in the boat. Now we have a good cross here with Great Britain and France.
Let's see oh, look at that. France deciding to duck underneath Great Britain and keep on going off to the right-hand side. So really, they're willing to lose a little bit in order to get back to the right-hand side.
Looks like they're still carrying on, so nope, there's the tack. So Great Britain must have been right on that ley line, and France decided they couldn't lee bow underneath and make the mark safely. So they're going, after a week of racing, they've learned that a second place is better than a fourth place. So we'll just take the duck, come in with speed around the top mark, rather than risk possibly not making it.
It's getting strategic. Definitely want to be placing some points there on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
So here we are. We're getting to the windward mark. Only 100 meters left, 95 right there, until we see Great Britain being able to be the first boat to the weather mark here at the first race of the day.
Yeah, you just saw Kate McGregor jump into leeward. She's one of the smallest people on the boat to throw the hobble onto the Genoa, so that way they can take it off the winch, load up the spin sheet for Pete Cumming as he comes down and gets ready for the bear away to the offset.
Oh, you call that the hobble, huh?
The hobble.
Not the short sheet?
Nope, the hobble.
Okay.
Everybody has, everywhere you go in the world, they always have a different term for everything on the boat. So.
Yeah, I know, it's great. We've got, you know, one of the ones everybody likes is...
Yeah. So here you see Great Britain just kind of setting up. Ian Williams calling the distance to that offset mark. The bowman making sure to caddy that spinnaker. We've seen the kite get sucked out to leeward, especially on the wavy days, and
just making sure that kite's still going up, because he could get penalized if they're not bringing that kite up.
Yeah. Good clean set. Genoa down early. Really good crew work for a team that just showed up this week.
It's I'm very impressed. Yeah. And sometimes you know, it's not because it's light winds that it makes it any easier. Light winds means also that it's a little bit harder to get those big spinnakers full of air. Look at here, Team France. Oh!
Sambuca.
Sambuca, there it is. That is a Sambuca, or known as a jibe set. But Sambuca sounds so much better.
Very cleanly executed too. Clearly France seeing something on this right side, looking up the course, so driving out onto port to get over to that right side and come downwind with hopefully some new pressure.
So a great move right there made by the French team, as we see them putting in a Sambuca up at the windward mark. And right now, so that means directly, well, that was the offset mark, sorry, but they're going directly off to the other side. And here we are with the Danes making it up to the windward mark.
Yeah, a good hoist for first race of the day. Tack's a little bit off, but sometimes when these lighter conditions, you actually want to float that tack off a little bit, and I'm sure they'll bring it back on as the pressure comes up and they get settled into their downwind run here.
Remember that this is also their first race here, the Danish boat that needs to also get used to sailing on this boat. As far as I know, I think they've never sailed on these SSL 47s.
I don't believe they have. I don't think they were able to get over to do any training on the boat, so kind of a little bit of a steep learning curve, same as with the U.S. team. We showed up. We hadn't had a chance to go over during the summer and train, so it was a big learning curve for us as well. But you know, we were in the hunt at the end of that, going into that double points race. So you know, you're not out of it after race one.
Yeah, well, and what Chris is talking about there is that the teams all have an opportunity to come to Switzerland and to train, because that is where the headquarters of the SSL are, and so some teams just not managing for different reasons to not be able to come out there. So this is one of them. So it's going to be, like you said, a steep learning curve for them.
Yeah, and if you can see the tracker, you can see France just showing a bit of a knock on port, and if that is the case, then perhaps their jibe out was for that new pressure.
Well, Chris, I have some news. We have Raquel, which is out on the water and has some news for us. Raquel, if you can hear me, apparently I don't think she can hear me right now, but she's out there. We'll try to get to Raquel as soon as we can. Raquel is our on-water reporter, and she often is able to see things we can't see. So it's always great
from
to
the
have
booth we don't have that ability to look up the race course like a normal sailor, like we would do if we were out on a boat. And so it's nice to have those eyes on the water to be able to tell us what we might might be missing.
Yeah, we're looking at the same images as you. We have the 3D also next to us, but so basically we're speaking from experience, having been on these boats and knowing a little bit about sailing. So of course, whenever we have some information from her, we'll let you guys know. Very interesting there as we're seeing them change the shape of the mainsail right there. You see not much pressure as Xavier Roard, the captain of the boat right now, is able to be able to put on pressure simply by pulling on it, which is quite rare.
Yeah, so really interesting here. I'm waiting to see. It seems like the French have linked in both their primary winch and the main winch. So when the grinder goes for a grind to pump the sails to accelerate down a wave, he's getting both sails at once.
Perhaps.
I'm not sure if that's what I saw, but if it is, that's a pretty slick little move. Yeah, it does appear to be that way.
Yeah. So you guys, what Chris is talking about there is that you actually have, as a grinder, the opportunity to choose which winch you want to turn.
Exactly.
And so Chris just noticed that he's actually hooked up 2 winches at the same time.
Yeah.
And
it gives it a unique advantage to be able to, pump both of the sails at the exact same time rather than having 2 separate trimmers, having to pull it, try to be in sync. Now you just have you tell the grinder to grind, both sails come in, you get a little acceleration, try to work that body weight and get down the waves.
So a combination of things to make these boats go faster. As you see right there, that is only right there the lured winch that is on the GBR boat. So they see how they're turning that winch handle around in the back. So on this boat, they've decided to not hook all the winches up together. So a little bit of a different
style per se.
A little bit of a different style. And let's see if we're getting any news here off of the water, as I believe Raquel is back. So Raquel, up to you.
I am, Jan. Hello. Yes, I'm on the race course, and it's beautiful as always. Like you said, we're a bit on the light wind spectrum today, like we were in the previous days, and like we were in the round before the last one. We are closer to shore because when the wind is coming more from the east, the race course is more towards the coast, and that means that yes, down at the gate where we are going now, there is a little less pressure than the top mark. So at the top mark we were probably around 7 knots, and down here we're maybe 6.5 even, and it's a little patchy today. Very flat water, no swell, not a sign of a swell, not big waves luckily, but light winds, and so big job for the tactician. We are sailing down with Team France, who is about to jibe to go back on towards the middle of the course, because we are actually at the gate. It was a nice battle. It was nice to see a new team rounding first at the top mark, but we've seen Argentina do that before last week, not before, but last week, and it didn't end up well for them. So let's see. It's still very, very early days, but for sure the format of the SSL Gold Cup, it's very fair, even in the concept that the emerging sailing nations get more sailing days when they meet the big sailing countries. So we have GBR, who's definitely a big gun. I mean, they were top of the ranking, of the SSL ranking for a long time, SSL Nations ranking. And of course, I mean, they have professional crews on board. Yes, there might have been a bit of a shift. And GBR has rounded the gate first, guys, with a big margin over Team France.
I believe what you're seeing there, Jan, is a rib in the middle of the gate with a board up. They may have a Charlie. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, well, Raquel, thank you very much for all that information. As we see here from the drone shot, it looks like a big right shift to us. We'll Let me take a look, Chris, here. Perhaps I have some information about that. You are absolutely right, Chris. It's a Charlie plus green. So, you want to explain Charlie plus green?
Yeah, so I believe it's a few degrees to the right. They're just trying to adjust this course
there
to make
it is,
sure.
Charlie. That's the C flag, green plus, and that's
the starboard. So green to the right of where the previous mark was. And it's good comms by race committee to make sure you get that over to the teams as you're coming downwind. It can be very tricky, especially if it's windy, dropping the kite. You want to just have one guy making sure that you see that. You can plan accordingly.
And as we see here, a clean drop for all teams. I was really impressed with that British drop, as they seem to just really be able to just drop it right into the hatch.
Yeah, well, it's a very professional team on that boat, and I think a few of those guys have quite a bit of RC 44 experience, which is a similar boat to these. So they, showing that despite race one, they came in prepared and are executing well so far.
There we go. It's great. Let's take a look at that track right there from GBR. Those white dots you see, very interesting right there, as a big right shift, and now it seems as though it's coming back a little bit centered, and as Raquel was saying, it's patchy, so it looks patchy, shifty.
Yeah, it's very stressful for a tactician, like trying to call this course.
Look at that. Look, a header once again now for them.
It's up and down. All you can do as the skipper and the trimmers is just try to have the boat going as quickly as possible, and then leave it to the tactician to decide where to put the boat on the race course.
Yeah, I think it's really important that you mention that, because a lot of people think it's the skipper who decides where to go.
No, generally these boats, when you have a team of 9 people, the skipper needs to be driving the boat. They need to be a part of the speed team. They can't be looking around at the race course. They can't be looking at where the marks are. If you're going to get the most out of this boat and be able to compete against teams like we have here at this event, you need to be as fast as possible.
Exactly, and fast as possible means being able to feel the boat, making sure that you're keeping that rudder as straight as you can, and in order for that to happen, your sails have to be set even.
So interesting here, Jan. Great Britain, with this lovely drone shot overhead, has moved their tactician from the runner and moved them further forward to get the weight, to get the stern a little higher out of the water. So maybe just a flat water, light air moding that they think will be advantageous against their competitors.
Perhaps trying to really get the back of the boat to not be touching any water, not to be lifting, dragging water off the transom of that boat.
So, also moving the tactician forward gets you eyes further forward. You might be have a better view of the race course.
Yeah. We've seen that a lot, actually, when they've been going downwind, as the tactician trying to get another vantage point at being close to the mast. Let's take a look here at that tack.
Really great to have shots like this, especially if you're a team that hasn't raced yet in this round. This is a great way to see some of the crew work on clearly one of the teams that came in prepared.
And for sure they'll be analyzing that shot.
Well, as you saw there, interesting, they actually have their bow guy coming in and releasing the old lured runner. We had a different setup on our team, and that seems to be a good way to do it as well.
There's 9 people, sometimes 10.
Yeah, depending if you're smaller. I think Malaysia might be 10 people.
Yeah, Malaysia is sailing with 10 people, yeah. And I've seen even up to only 8 people sailing on the boats, but...
Well, the key is you just want to be at that weight limit. These are very powerful boats, and as you can see, even though it's only 7 knots of breeze, you still have everyone on the rail fully hiked. And you just want to be as close to that weight limit as possible. So if you're, a smaller group of people, then you need to bring a 10th person. And, I know on the American boat, I'm a very big first skipper, so we had to go with 9 people.
Right. Okay.
And it's just kind of how you have to play the game.
Yeah. So that's one thing, and then why not 11? Well, I'll tell you why not 11, because these boats are only homologated for 10 people on board. So. Yeah, there are rules to every boat in the sailing world. Some boats you're allowed a fluctuation of usually 1 crew member. So, with me and my match racing, Congressional Cup is 6 and/or 7, and that's your choice as long as you're under that weight limit. Yeah.
And so for those of you that are just tuning in, like every week these teams all have to re-weigh in because we don't want any team gaining an advantage. So the Lithuanians have weighed in now, what, 3-4 times, same as the Malaysians? So they're really sticking to it. And the weight limit for those that haven't sailed here is around 730 kilograms. You don't want to be over that. You want to just be as close as possible.
And of course, as here, perhaps you're thinking, well, why are they not wearing life jackets? Well, don't you worry. There's life jackets on board that boat for everybody. They comply to all of the rules and regulations. These boats are homologated in Switzerland, and so therefore they follow all the Swiss rules.
Yeah.
And the Swiss rules, let me tell you, they're very, very strict.
Well, you know, safety on the water is a very important thing, you know, everywhere in the world, because it's, you know, it's
in
a
America
very,
as well, right?
It does seem like a very safe sport, but it can very quickly get dangerous if the weather changes abruptly. And, you know, I know all of these teams here take their safety very seriously, and we have life jackets. We just, in these lighter conditions, you don't need to wear them. Sometimes you get a bit hot being a grinder, spinning those handles. Last thing you need to do is be losing a little too much extra water weight while you're out there racing.
Yeah, it's true, and as a matter of fact, if the race committee does decide to do so, they can put up the white flag, and that's an obligation for everybody to have to wear a life jacket. So that is also an option that the race committee has, depending on what the weather is going to be like. But I'll tell you what, if we see that the squall is coming through, they're going to be taking the boats in, and we're going to stop racing.
Yeah, I think the equipment is also, you know, you don't want to push the equipment too hard, and these boats are very powerful, so you don't need a lot of breeze to go, and when the breeze does come up, you want to make sure you're not going to break the boats. As we tune back into the racing here, Great Britain still out in front. Denmark opting to go over to the left side of the course, looking upwind, Jan.
Yeah, so a little bit of a change. It was, I saw, perhaps you guys saw it too, when we were looking at the 3D, we were seeing all sorts of the tracks of the tails, shall we say, of the tracking showed really some quite generous lifts for most of the boats. So interesting to see that, well, perhaps right now it's passing on the left as before it was passing on the right. So
yeah, it's a bit of an ebb and flow, especially in the early morning races when the breeze hasn't quite settled in from the overnight direction. You can have little fluctuations here, and it's tough. As a tactician, how do you cover the whole fleet? Great Britain seems to be doing a good job, as we saw the shot before. Only one boat behind them, which was, I believe, Malaysia, and the rest were all to the left side of them, and now they're sailing back on starboard to check in and cover them. Actually, it's the French that are behind them. They're covering Malaysia, their closest competitor. Pretty standard match race move.
Yeah. As we see here, there's quite a bit of a distance here between all the boats, as they are getting up to the weather mark. So as they get up to that weather mark, remember, it's going to be that pink mark that we were talking about, and they're going to have a lot of things to do as they get up to that windward mark, as there is no dogleg to sail on, or offset mark to go to, shall we say. And they'll just have to bear away real quick and get down to the leeward gate. So
yeah, and with that change, what you'll see is a lot of teams probably will try to avoid coming in on port because it means it's attack straight into a set. It's much better if you can come in from 2 to 3 lengths out on starboard. Gives you time to prep. That is your dog leg.
Yeah.
To get the kite ready, allow the bow team to kind of get set up.
I remember watching Tahiti sailing once, and they had decided to actually come in a little bit further out and just sort of start to bear away before they got to that windward mark, and it just gave them a lot of time to set up and keep their speed. So instead of just having a real aggressive bear away and then obviously slowing the boat down. So let's see what happens here, as it looks like 2 boats are coming together.
Or
at least Malaysia looking off to the right hand. Everybody's looking off to the right hand side. So
you hear a bit of commotion going on. I'm not sure which boat that's coming from.
412 meters up to, as we get up now to the second windward mark.
Yeah, and here we have Great Britain going through their attack.
So perhaps Malaysia wondering, should we tack, or is Great Britain gonna tack, or?
Yeah, I think some of that noise we heard was Malaysia asking Great Britain to go towards the mark. Malaysia's more doesn't want to have to sail extra distance if they don't have to, with the French coming up behind them in that third place. And as you can see, the Malaysians clearly getting close to that ley line, tacking right behind them with a little bit of clear air.
Hey, you know, Chris, we were just saying you don't want to be coming up on that port ley line, and I think that we're actually seeing Great Britain and Malaysia now coming up on that port ley line. So this is going to be a difficult maneuver for them. Well, not a difficult, but it's definitely, how would you put it?
It's just there's a lot of
fast,
moving.
hard.
There's just a lot of moving parts. You need to offload a winch. You need to set the Genoa up. You have to tack the Genoa. Ideally, get the hobble on right as you're trying to bear away, which is when you want to be easing it.
Yeah.
So you're delayed on being able to ease the Genoa. I think Great Britain will see how accurate.
And you're delayed on putting up your kite.
Yeah, so I think we'll see. It'll be interesting to see how close they are to the top mark, if they've bought themselves enough room on starboard to do a quick tack, hobble, and then start going straight into the hoist. As we saw, pretty good crew work the first set and douse.
So
they have a little room.
Now you see the number one right there.
Yeah, Bauman Matt Cornwell going up on getting everything set up. So they left themselves a few lengths. They aren't bearing away just yet.
There it is, a big ease on the main in order to let that boat just naturally turn around.
Yep.
A quick
Jib
hoist.
coming down before the kite's even up.
That is
some of the best crew work I think we've seen.
Absolutely, absolutely. So GBR right now is in the lead, and well, we're seeing why.
Yeah,
that was super clean, as we can still see the trace of where the boat went into the water. Now let's take a look here at Malaysia. I think they're looking like they're going to do the same thing.
Yep, they left themselves about a length there on length and a half on starboard to allow the bowman to get the kite out of the hatch, get the hobble on, and they'll bear away and go straight into this set here.
There goes the bowsprit as he's holding up to it with his foot. Did you see that?
Yeah, well, you don't want to let the head of the kite go back, so I guess his idea is to, if I can hook my foot around it, I can keep it forward, but also still get up to the bow.
That was pretty...
some gymnastics going on there.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean,
there's a lot of work though that's going on over there with those bowmen. They have. Can you guys imagine? I mean, that's just not very wide. And
yeah, there's no space. There's no lifelines. You know, open sea state here. Like, you're not in a flat protected harbor. So when the waves are up, you lose your balance. And Malaysia clearly showcasing why they're still here racing is they've improved every week, and their crew work shows it.
There it is, Malaysia again in second place right now. So as currently right now, they're putting up 3 points up on the board.
And if we look back towards, just with using the camera shot here from onboard Malaysia, you can see a boat coming into the top mark. I believe that is Team France.
Looks like it.
They were forced to do that right-hand turn at the bottom gate despite race committee signaling a right shift, so maybe a bit extra distance they had to sail there. But they did get clear air, and that's also very important.
As also, we did see GBR in Malaysia going off to the left, as the others went off to the right-hand side. So perhaps a little bit of a left-hand shift, and
yeah, it's.
I mean, they want to. If you go around the right gate, right, and then you go to course right, and you cross the whole entire race course, then you come back to the side, and it turns out it's a left shift, but you're on the right-hand side.
You have to eat it. It's unfortunately one of those stressful jobs of being a tactician, which is why it's such an important role on every boat. You know, and for some of these Olympic sailors that have primarily done small boat and dinghies, they're doing their own tactics. But on a keel boat like this, it's with 9 people, it's really important to have somebody that's just looking around. Because these boats are they're so demanding out of everybody on the crew that you can't have somebody doing something else when they're not supposed to, like the skipper looking around.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's got their own job to do. And it just looks like this time France got unlucky Went off to the right. It was the right-hand side was the right side to be on the last one, but turns out now it was the left. So
no, and this is the tricky part with this fleet. They were coming into the bottom mark. Malaysia was right there, and I don't think France was able to go inside of Malaysia, and Malaysia was able to own the left turn. So it was clear air, or do we follow in gas? And I think they went with a little bit, hoping to get a little bit of clear pressure. As we've seen, there are shifts this whole way upwind.
I mean, look at that! Look at the track. Look at the tail on the
Denmark
right there.
Huge knock there, and then having to go back onto port, go out to this ley line. And Great Britain just doing a little bit of nice, easy covering.
Big header for Denmark. Yeah, not bringing them.
Yeah, well,
they went into it for a while, huh?
Yeah, we've seen this. Last week and the weeks before. Is that that morning race in that light air can be a little fluky till it settles in, and that's part of racing. We have to race with the conditions we're given, and the best sailors will figure it out.
Yep. And you might say to yourself, well, geez, I hope my team Denmark is not going to be sailing every morning in these light conditions. Well, they won't be. This is the one and only time they will be sailing in the morning, as every day the first fleet to sail changes. So today was Fleet 1. Tomorrow will be Fleet 4, and then we'll keep on changing all the way around.
Yeah, and it allows each team to get to sail at each time of the day, so it's a pretty fair setup from that point of view. And it's just one of the tricky parts.
And also, not only will they be sailing at different times, but every day they change boats.
Yeah, we want to rotate the boats. We want to make sure that everyone has a chance to sail each boat. That way, if there are any small discrepancies, it's not biased towards one team or another.
Yeah, exactly. We do everything we can to make sure that there are no discrepancies. And just to make sure everyone has peace of mind, well, everybody changes boats and changes times that they sail. We try to really make it not about the equipment. We really want to make it about the people sailing on the boat. So that's the whole objective of the SSL. It's not about the boats, it's about the people. It's about finding out who is the best nation, and it's about being able to award that World Championship Nations Cup at the end to see who is really, truly the best nation.
Yeah, and that's one of the things with sailing is always tough. Like in a lot of classes, the boats are privately maintained, and sometimes you can feel there's discrepancies. Like, oh, my opponent has maybe a slightly quicker boat in certain conditions, and with this event in this format, there is no advantage. The advantage comes from the ability of the sailors and the skills that they have.
Everybody's sailing with exactly the same equipment, all the way down to the colors of the sheets and the lines and
the weight limit. Everyone has to meet the same weight limit. There's no advantage of bringing, we're going to bring a big boy because it's going to be windy. Instead, we all have to meet the same weight limit, and it's a really level playing field, and it's one of the parts of sailing that I like most, which is why I do the World Match Racing Tour. It's one-on-one, and the boats are provided, and they're all identical.
And on that note, let's see if Raquel can bring us any more information from on the water.
I overheard the committee saying that there is a different wind at the gate, which is more coming from 080, 090, rather than the upwind where it's 080. So, I mean, a little righty. And the pressure is actually, it looked like it was increasing a little bit, but now down here at the finish line, it looks to me like we're back on the 5-6 knots, while up at the top mark, we probably hit the 8 knots, which is the fastest, the strongest wind we have met today. So we were talking about the British team, and I heard Chris talking about Matt Cornwell, the bowman, also known as Cat Flap. Well, he's one of the best bowmen in the professional circuit out there. He's done the the World Match Racing Tour, Chris, probably before you did it, and he was in the Great Britain team, so he knows what he's doing. And so is Ian Williams at the helm, Nick Asher, tactician. I mean, it's an important crew. I mean, the team is uber professional, and well, it's quite normal to see them performing well and reading the wind well. but yet it's still impressive how the emerging nation, sailing nation like Team Malaysia is right behind them, and they're second once again in this race. So good conditions out here. We're light. It's tough on the tactician, but it's once again amazing sailing at the SSL Gold Cup Final Series, Jan.
Thank you very much, Raquel. And Raquel is our sailing reporter. She obviously knows very well all of these guys, as she's very involved in sailing, and happens to also be married to a bowman, which we'll be sailing a little bit further later today. So Raquel, thanks for all of your insight. It's always great to have so much information and knowledge about all of these sailors as you follow them throughout the year. And Chris, you as well, sailing with a lot of these guys. But let's focus here now on what is going on as we reach 500 or less than 530 meters to the finishing line.
Yeah, so this will be the end of race one, and Malaysia's done a good job actually closing within 200 meters of Great Britain. I think the British team is just doing a bit of, match race defense moves. France is a bit further back. They're not as stressed about it, and every point matters in this event. So Great Britain making sure they don't give up that first place, letting Malaysia slip to one side of them or another. And now here they go for the jibe, probably the last jibe into this finish.
Probably, as we saw them close to that port side ley line right there. Good maneuver by the whole crew right there.
Really good body weight movement there. A team that's really in sync, and this team, when you look at their roster, has a very good depth of both, small boat experience and keel boat experience, from America's Cup to Olympics.
Okay. But you can definitely tell, it's a team that is working well, and just by looking at the way they work together, it's also interesting to hear that there is a little bit of communication, a little bit more than perhaps we hear on some of the other boats.
Yeah, every team has a different dynamic.
It's a little bit of a different style.
And
we see some teams that don't speak at all. These guys have a little tendency to speak. I think, for me, it just shows how comfortable they are.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys have sailed together, just maybe not recently, and for them it might just be jumping back into it.
Every single person on that boat actually has won a world championship.
I believe it.
And the guys that's just minimal requirement.
No, I mean, Great Britain has a great sailing history, and clearly they came with a proper, a team ready to compete and try and win this event. And race one looking quite good for them.
So we are now in the quarter of finals. This is the end of the first race, as we are seeing the big guns coming out here. Just like this team, GBR, we'll be looking also at the Italian team has brought some amazing sailors. Not to say that the others aren't, don't get me wrong, but here we go. So congratulations to Team GBR, who is managing to pass right now first. And there it is, as we see the finishing line flag being waved as they put on 4 points. So congratulations. Good job, guys. That's making everybody laugh right there.
I think you come in, there's just a little bit of stress first race. Haven't come in. Some of these teams have been here for 3 weeks, like Malaysia, and Great Britain came in and showed very good form. Didn't get rattled at the start, even being left up by Malaysia.
Did you just see a dab right there?
Well, you'd be happy to get the win with only 4 races. Every point counts, and every race really matters.
Yeah, it's so important. Only 4 races, actually only 3 races with normal points. Then the last one was double points.
So Team Malaysia coming in here, we actually made a mistake. Malaysia, with a big fan base and some supporters actually here on the island, they are only sailing with 9, not 10.
Yep, exactly.
So Malaysia's second place for them. They'll be happy with that.
So they're very happy right there.
Some high fives.
Some high fives. Everybody's staying calm. Everybody knows, today's the first day. Malaysia also knows as they don't want to get too excited. Let's keep calm. Let's stay professional because there's no point. This is just the beginning, but it's showing great form, especially for these two teams. I mean, look at the lead they have on the following two boats right there. So a massive lead for these two boats. As France is now coming in, and Denmark is following behind right there.
Yeah, and with this shot, you can actually see a little darker water above Denmark as you get further offshore, which we were talking about earlier, which a little better pressure as you get closer to the top mark and a little softer as you come down to the bottom gate.
Yeah, and for once, we're not seeing these huge rollers that we've been seeing for the last couple of weeks. So it's kind of interesting to see that the swell, that northern Atlantic swell has calmed down.
Yeah, no big winter storms yet rolling off the east coast of the U.S. and into the Atlantic, causing that swell that we saw earlier. So teams probably enjoying this flat water.
Yeah. So we're going to just keep watching here, the French as they're coming in. Okay, and seems as though I've been told that Rakele right now is on the boat, and we'll be going over to her as soon as we can. We'll watch these guys here as they're coming in to the end of the coming to here to about to cross the finishing line.
And the Danes shouldn't be too worried about their result here, because as we saw in the first race of my fleet, Malaysia took last place in race 1 and then came back to advance to the next stage. So it's, they're definitely not out of it. Just kind of have to.
Yeah, we'll just they're not out of it for sure. That's for sure. Okay, let's go on to the water as we have Rakele with GBR.
Yes, I am with GBR. I'm with Ian Williams. Ian, well done. That's a nice way to start this round for Team GBR. And you made it look quite easy to us.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't feel easy. It's very tricky, very shifty, but Nick Asher on tactics did a fantastic job of calling the shifts, and really happy with the speed, with Ben Saxton on the main and Pete coming on the jib. I felt like we were fast all race as well. So yeah, it might have looked easy, but definitely tricky out here.
And you pulled out your sleeve some match racing tricks. I mean, Malaysia was not so close to you, but you still matched it.
Yeah, I think it's such an advantage to be ahead at the first mark that we were quite aggressive up the first beat just to make sure. But once we got ahead around the first mark, it was a little bit more straightforward.
And maneuvers came off well. So you've had some training yesterday, I believe?
Yeah, we had 45 minutes yesterday, but then we got our rock stars in. They came in last night, and they certainly pushed us and stepped it up a little bit today. So yeah, really pleased with the maneuvers in the light wind. But at the same time, lots of work. We'll have to be a lot better than we were today to progress, because everybody's improving fast.
Definitely. I mean, it's part of the game, improving every day, and so I guess I'll see you on the water tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow.
Back to you in studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Rakele, as we were just right there watching France crossing the line as you were interviewing, and now we are taking a look at the last team to go through, which is Team Denmark.
Yeah, I see some smiles on board. I don't think they're, first race of the event, weren't able to do maybe some of the training. Probably not too stressed about it. They've watched teams come from behind before, and just put notes together, have a good team debrief over some lunch down here in the village, and then come back ready to go tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow they will be actually the last ones to race, I believe.
Oh, all right.
So it'll be a big change for them, as we see them taking down their kite right now. And we see the short team coming close to their boats, as we will be making some, as they will be making changes, and as the next teams will be coming onto the boats. So that is your points standing right now after 43 minutes and 23 seconds of racing. Great Britain has 4 points up onto the match board. Malaysia 3, France 2, and Denmark 1 point right there. So that was race 1 for Fleet 1 here, as Chris Poole was with me. He captain, just to remind you, captain of the American team, ranked number 1 in the world currently in the match racing tour. So thanks a lot. Thanks for all those explanations.
No, happy to chip in, get to watch some more racing. Would love to be out there, but if I can't, at least I can help talk about some of the racing and share what I know about the race course with some of the teams that are about to head out on the water that we're watching this race from the village.
Well, listen, Chris, it was very nice having you in here. You're more than welcome to come in for some more races. And
I would love to stay, but I do have to get home to my family and get ready for my next event. So,
well, we wish you the best of luck. Thanks a lot for coming in here. It was great to see you sail last week. And great to have you here for some of these explanations. And for all of you that are watching us from home, well, stick around because this was race number 1 of the day, and we've got 3 more races coming up. So we'll be seeing fleet number 2 that'll be coming up right now. As we leave you just for a little bit, as we change teams on the boats, we're going to show you the highlights. And we'll be right back. So thank you very much. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome, Chris. Bye, guys.
I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane.
Go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Which music are you listening all the time right now?
I'm listening to Jamie T's new album. Top of my list on Spotify at the moment.
Jamie T.
Number 1 album in the UK at the moment.
Who's Jamie T? I've not heard of Jamie T.
You haven't heard of Jamie T?
No.
I've got a lot of Dead Mouse and electronic dance music because I was in Ibiza last week.
Yeah, really? That's epic. That's epic. I've been listening to a lot of Coldplay recently, but not the dreary, boring ones, like the bangers, you know.
Yeah, euphoric.
Yeah. You were in Ibiza last week. Were you?
Mm. Do you think that your team could win SSL Gold Cup? Could win SSL Gold Cup? Or will?
Oof.
Of course we could.
Yeah.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew, though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good and made okay out of the start. Just had some two boat handling issues.
Which never happened before.
But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the strongest sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our strongest sides, I would say.
Agreed, yeah.
Where is the end of the world? There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world. From the Vienna side.
The good thing is we're 2 against 1. So
yeah. The west side of Austria.
Ciao. Bye.
My name is Jordan van Rooyen. I'm the bowman on the Dutch team. What the position bowman means is that you're to be the only one on the foredeck of the boat. So the foredeck starts from the mast going forward. Everything that happens on the foredeck, dropping sails and hoisting sails, gets done by the bowman.
You know, every role on the boat's pretty important, but if you mess this up, you look like a bloody fool. No one wants to trill the kite through the water and slow down. You do it well, it makes our team look good.
The spin anchor is the biggest sail on the boat, and it needs to come down in within 5 seconds time. If something goes wrong, the spin anchor can get in the water, and it can be that the whole blame of the boat comes on you.
If we want to communicate how far we are from the start line, basically we use the fingers to show how far back we are from the line. 1 boat length, 2 boat lengths, 1.5, and then we use basic signal to say hold, go, bow down, bow up, just pointing. I think the bowman is like being the goalkeeper because it's a key position and all the team is supporting the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper needs to support the team as well.
Music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? It depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family. Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games. Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself, I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year that we finished third. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, guys, as we are about to go out onto the water for our next race number 1 for fleet number 2. I am joined here in the studio by Tim Kroger. Tim, hello and welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
Very good, very good. We'll have lots of things to talk about here as we get racing underway. But before we start talking about sailboat racing, let's take a look here at the team comparisons. So if we take a look here, top left, we're going to see Team Germany, as they are the new team that is here. It's called the Unbreakables. They are SSL ranked number 9, weighing in at 711 kilos. The captain of that team is Fritjof Clean. And to the right of that is the Netherlands, the Dutch Lions, SSL ranked number 1. And they're weighing in at 726 kilos. The captain of the team is number 10, Roy Heiner. To the bottom left is the Chilean team. So Team Chile is the Finnish Terra Sailors. They have managed to get here from round number 1, the 32nd of the finals. They are ranked SSL number 25, as team weight for them is 712 kilos. And to the right of them is the Hungarian team, the Shamans, SSL ranked at number 13, weighing in at 727 kilos. So they're the heaviest team out here today. And then the captain of that team is number 10, Zombor Beric. And now let's listen to the team's national anthems.
el Señor, que te dio por baluarte el Señor. Y ese mar que tranquilo te baña, te promete el futuro esplendor. Y ese mar que tranquilo te baña, te promete el futuro esplendor. Dulce patria, recibe los votos, porque Chile sus alas juró, que hoy la tumba será de los libres, vuela asilo contra la opresión, que hoy la tumba será de los libres, vuela asilo contra la opresión, que hoy la tumba será de los libres, vuela asilo contra la opresión, vuela asilo contra la opresión, vuela asilo contra la opresión. ¡Viva Chile!
¡Viva! ¡Viva! ¡Hungaria! ¡Viva! ¡Viva! ¡Hungaria! ¡Viva! ¡Viva!
For the team national anthems, now let's take a look at the lineup. We're going to go quickly through these as you could see here who is on Team Germany, and the captain is the grinder right there, Fritjof Clean. Moving on to the next team, the Netherlands. The captain of the team is Roy Heiner, and he will be at the helm. And this is the rest of the crew on the Netherlands boat. And we move on to Team Chile, as we have a captain of the team, Pablo Lorca. As you see him as the floater right there on the bottom of your screen. And we continue on to Team Hungary, as the captain of this boat is Zsombor Beres, and he is at the back of the boat as the tactician. So that is it for the lineup of all the teams. As we now go on to the water, as we are 2 minutes away from the start. Tim, here we go. We are about to get racing underway, as we are 1 minute and 50 seconds away from this racing. So explain to us perhaps a little bit of what is important right now at 1 minute and 40 seconds before the start.
Well, they try to get the best position and keep the speed, of course, because the condition, it looks fluky, it looks soft, it looks light, and each boat tries to get their best position towards the line. And the trick is that in these conditions, you have decided before which side you want to be on. You have seen more pressure left or more pressure right. So that is depending which position you're going to pick on the starting line.
Right, so basically they have a plan right now, and what they're trying to do is execute that plan. And of course they want to have, there's two things that are very important, right? You have to be on the race course or out on the starting line at the right time. So time and distance is one thing that's very important.
Time and distance is key, and
the other one is speed.
And time and distance, especially in those fluky conditions, you know.
It looks to me like here, 30 seconds for your team, Germany, right there. It's a little bit late, as we see the number one right there, who is telling the skipper, listen, go, accelerate, as we are 14 seconds. You see right there. It looks like actually only one boat is going to get a good start here.
It is really light, but I guess the boys wanted to be on the right-hand side of the course. They wanted to start at the boat. And you can see, I mean, it's not just the Germans behind, it's also the...
All sorts of, only one boat is on time right there.
Exactly.
These guys, a Hungarian boat, as we're seeing Team Chile in the background tacking, Netherlands also tacking, but now they are on a port tack, and they will have to duck behind the German team right here. So the Germans a little bit late to the starting line, but however they are on the starboard tack, so they have the right of way.
Yeah, I mean, I can just hope they get out of this, because the other boats are now on their way to the right-hand side, and it depends so much where the pressure is and how the pressure fills in. That is, in these conditions, really key to hit it properly, and we've seen it in the first race. A lot of what we've seen was pressure related, and these boats are loading up quick, so the guys can start hiking very, very early on. But when they're all still sitting inside, you know, everybody tries to go in the direction to the best pressure and make the most out of it. It is tricky. It is really tricky. It puts a lot of pressure on the tacticians and on the trimmers to keep the boat going. And if one boat ends up in a good path, you know, the distances that will be just spreading enormously.
Yeah, we saw that in the first race, and actually Tim was explaining to me that sometimes as we were looking at the tails of the tracks of where the boats were going, we were seeing such big differences, and Tim was telling me that perhaps that's not just the change of wind, but it's also when the boat finally has a little bit of pressure and some wind, and it allows them to be able to go closer to the wind. So if you have a little bit more wind, then you can have a little bit of a tighter angle.
Exactly. The mode is changing on these boats in a glimpse of a second. They load up, and then you can sail higher, you can go closer to the wind, and you also build speed, and that's where the combination between helmsman and the trimmers kicks in. And it's a fine line, and the more guys they've sailed with the boat, as we can see with the Chileans, they've been here now for a couple of weeks, and they have sussed it out. They have sussed it out how to sail this boat fast, and that makes the difference. But the Hungarians, they did basically the best start of all of them, and they're powering along there, coming from the left. Yeah, and they're hiking too. So good pressure for them, and then you make the most out of the pressure. It is tricky.
That's exactly what Raquel was telling us. She was saying that perhaps there was a difference of almost
up to 2 knots.
2 knots of difference between the lower and the bottom.
Yep.
And well, let's go find out what Raquel has to say for us on the water. Raquel, what can you see anything that we're not seeing here? So we'll keep calling her.
Exactly, if we can get through.
We can't get through right now. She's busy, but we know she's out there. So we'll get to her in a little bit.
You can see, if a boat hits the right pressure, they stretch enormously. And then you try to control. But in these fluky conditions, it's not so easy to control because you can also keep on sailing in the wrong spot, so to speak. You're in pressure now, and it all looks cool, and then you drop out of it and you take over, and that's the end of it. It is tricky, and I think we will still see a pretty close race, and there is a chance of comeback under these conditions, always, for each and every one.
Well, very interesting. Let's. Raquel is now back.
Oh, good.
So, Raquel, what are you seeing out there in terms of wind
Yes.
pressure, and what's going on?
Well, I am liking very much the word Timmy uses. It's fluky. It's definitely fluky. It's light, it's shifty, and if possible, it is a bit lighter than earlier on today, and maybe a bit more shifty. The moment they started, at the top mark, they announced a little shift to 080 with the bearing at 070. So a little right shift, and we're going to see many of those swinging, much of that swinging wind today. Also, one thing to consider in these light conditions is the weight of the crew. So you want to be light in these conditions. And I don't know, but Germany looks like they've got a lot of talent on board. 2 bronze medals, 3 if you think that Thomas Plus has got 2 on the 49er with skipper Erik Heil, both in Tokyo and in Rio. And then the helmsman, Paul Koloff, is got 1 medal in the NACRA 17 in Tokyo, and a participation in Rio. So lots of talent there. Probably a bit new to the big boats. Also the tactician, it's Paul's brother Max Koloff, recent winner of the Star World Championship. And so, I mean, I think, like Timmy said, with these conditions, there are plenty of chances for the teams to come back in the game. But at the moment, I see Germany a little bit suffering. They're trying to go for that coastal lift that I remember Victoria talked about a few days ago, and they're going on the left. They're banging the left at the moment. Doesn't seem like they have any intention of going back in the middle of the course, while Hungary is doing what they've been doing so far. I mean, they're steady, and they're actually hiking out quite strong. So yes, there might be more than 5 knots at the moment, possibly 7. And well, that's it from the race course. The clouds are coming, clouds are approaching. They're dark, they're gray, dark, and well, don't like them. But and they might affect a little bit the conditions on the area.
Right, well, thank you very much, Kelly. That's some great information. We'll see what those clouds will bring to us as we are looking at the Hungarian team right there as on board. The only thing we are seeing are sneakers, and that's a very good thing. That's a great sight as we only see feet. So that means that the boats have pressure, and look at that, the Hungarian team now with a 300-meter lead as we see the team Germany going off to the left-hand side right now. So Team Germany currently lasts 460 meters behind the others, but we'll see what that says as we see the Germans decide to attack back over. Remember, everybody, for the time being, we're seeing quite a big split. Here, as we're looking as well here onto the Netherlands team here, remember, these are our this is our number 1 ranked team here at the SSL. So these guys probably have quite a big target mark on their back.
Bit of burden on their shoulder, you mean?
As well, as well. So interesting to see that they got off into a fight with Chile from the beginning, which I honestly was not expecting. I thought perhaps more they would try to find their lane and go as fast as possible. And another thing about Chile is Chile actually has come up through every single one of the rounds. They were one of the very first teams that were here. So this is actually race number 13 for Chile, as this is race number 1 for the Netherlands.
It is a big head, you know, and what we see here, the Hungarians, they had a great start. They got off the blocks perfectly. They had good speed. They hit the pressure properly, and now they are just trying to control the fleet in terms of going to the middle of the course, and they have such a lead of 260 meters, half up the beat, so that is pretty good. And of course, the Chileans and the Netherlands, they battle it out because they're the two closest boat, and my boys, they take a flyer. I mean,
well, but let's talk a little bit about Hungary and their idea of staying in the middle. So it's the idea of being in the middle is more to protect, to not take any risks, but by not taking any risks is also kind of risky, shall we say?
It is, because especially in these fluky and light conditions where pressure can pump in from the left or from the right, and if you are then starting a dogfight with one team, you might miss the bus,
like we're seeing with Chile and the Netherlands.
you gotta. It's also in these countries hard to control. It is really hard to control because, as I said before, it's all pressure related. You have to have a good eye upwind, the tacticians, but also each and every one on the boat. They have to keep an eye out to just see what's coming, and that the boat can be positioned in the direction of the next breeze, of the next puff, to keep the speed up.
So we just saw the Hungarian team tack over. Germany has also tacked over. So the Germans have decided now to come back, as they went off to the left-hand side, perhaps seeing something or just trying something.
Yeah, I mean, it's, of course, they were squeezed. They were squeezed between the Dutchies and the Chileans, and then you have the only chance you have is to tack out and find your luck. But then it depends how far you're going to go. If you go all the way to the perimeter and hit the ley line, that is dangerous as well. But the boys are still below ley line, so it is pretty safe coming back. And now
look now.
Yes,
Tim. Look now.
Yeah,
367 meters.
I know,
so
and it's
100 meters less than just a minute ago.
Yeah, I know, and that's the wonderful thing of our sport. You know, it can happen. You have to keep your eyes open, but also you need a little bit of luck, a pinch of luck, to just get across. And we see what's happening now. I mean, it's the Chileans and the Netherlands. They're coming from the right-hand side, and it's not looking too bad for my boys there. But that's what you have to do. But you have to, keep working on it. I mean, the boys, each and every one is pretty good, on the German boat. They're really, really good guys, young guys, keen. But we haven't had enough time on the SSL 47 or on similar boats. So in comparison to the Chileans, if they have a chance, I think they find the right gear a bit quicker than us. But let's see how this pans out.
You would think they would, right, after 13 races?
Yeah, they should. I mean, if they don't, then what?
Well, then you'll be in front.
Yeah, why be here? No, but it's a tricky one.
Look at that, very interesting, huh? As they went off to the left, and now they're coming back.
Yeah, and it's as you can see, when you see the line,
are so big.
Yeah, when you see the line of the boats, it's now the Germans are coming down. Probably less pressure, everybody's sitting inside, the angle changes, and then you hope you get across. But now you see the angle of the Chileans going a bit up, maybe they have a bit more pressure, so it is tough. It will be a close race, it's not over yet.
No, it's not over yet, and As we are taking a look on board here, Team Germany, we can see just one of the jury in his motorboat right there in the back. So the jury is staying close to the boats all the time. It just happens to be that right now he's behind the Germans. So not that they're doing anything wrong or anything. It's just that they've got to follow the boats.
But it'll be close now with the Chileans, you know. And
look at that! Look at the
Chileans. They will cross. They should be ahead. But then it becomes interesting with the Germans and the Netherlands. It's just a matter of, you know, as I said, you know, you had on the left side a short glimpse, you know, a bit more pressure, and it looked all shiny, and now it has all come down again.
It kind of looks like the Hungarian boat has managed to find a little bit of pressure as we were seeing them earlier.
And they were the earliest off the blocks. They were earliest off the start line, the quickest boat. They hit it perfectly. They made the most out of the breeze that were there, and they were launched.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, the game's got to change now when we arrive at the weather mark. When everybody gets the kite up, then it's the same game. You've got to stay in the pressure. But, you know, you can get stuck there as well. In the last race, we saw that maybe the French team, they were nearly rolling the English, but the English blew it. They wiggled themselves out of it again. You know, it's a tricky one. It is pretty tough being on the boat.
It's very tricky sailing. Remember, it's everybody has the same boat, so it's just a question of first of all getting off the line, like we said, on the two things. Sure. Getting off the line first, and take a look here as we're seeing the Hungarian boat having to put in attack. As it's been so fluky and changing that they weren't able to quite lay that ley line, so they have to keep that buoy on the left-hand side of their boat on port, so they keep the buoys off the port. As now they're going to go off to the dog leg, so as we see them now preparing to put the kite up. Here we go, we'll see the number one right there. So the only thing he has are those tiny little footstep things, which really isn't very much to be able to stay on the front of the boat.
No, you got to be pretty agile as a bowman. You know, you got to stay on your toes.
Yes, literally.
Literally.
And if you fall off, the boat has to come back and get you.
That is a bit the unfortunate side of things.
Yes, no, nobody's. So he's. It's a very delicate place to be. So perfect hoist right there for the Hungarians.
Yeah, that looked very nice. And now it's all up for the tactician to look back. Where's the pressure coming from, or where is the pressure, you know, on the course? How can we get downwind perfectly and properly? And now they're jibing. Yep, it seems that they want to take...
so the Hungarian boat, they arrived in the 16th of the finals. So for them, this is their 9th race.
There you go.
This is their 13th
race. As we can see, it all helps. You know, the more time on the water, the more time with the boats. These boats are special. They are very good. I mean, they are basically like the Little America's Cup boats. They look like Little America's Cup boats, like I used to sail in the Cup in 2007, for example. And they are as demanding because the trimming of the sails and the driving in combination makes it all up for it. So, I mean, they're tricky boats, and when you come from other classes, it takes time to get into it and to really, hit the right buttons at the right time.
Yeah, and Tim, we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. Once we see all the teams round the mark, a little bit about what you've done. Really interesting history or knowledge. Whoa, look at this. It looks like a Sambuca here for Team Chile.
Nice jibe set, very well done. Nicely executed. Heights up, both through the breeze. Boom, off we go, jibs down. That looks very nice.
Beautiful work right there. Look at that. Absolutely no issue. Just textbook.
Yeah, it's nice, huh?
It's great. It's absolutely wonderful to see this.
The Netherlands with a normal standard Bearaway set, but it's also good. I mean, that
was a good fast one, good clean one.
Yeah, very nice set too.
I think it's pretty important for this team, as this is their first race on this boat and they have less experience than the other ones. Well, I mean, just on the SSL 47. Good for them to just sail clean, make sure they put that spinnaker up, not start having any issues.
That'll be our objective for this day as well. So let's see how the boys execute it.
Here we go. This is your team right here. And it's a fast hoist. That's a good hoist right there. A fast hoist, a little bit, whoa, a little bit up. They need to sheet in a little bit.
I couldn't take the sheet on a bit earlier, but you know, it's all right.
It's all right. It's all right. It was a good fast hoist.
Yep.
The jib there, just a little slow to come down, but that'll all work itself out as remember, this is also the first time this team here is sailing, so that is the first time they set the kite in a race. So
now it's really time, you know, now on these boats communication is key, you know, the communication between the trimmer of the kite and the helmsman, because they have to find the right angle, the right pressure, and this kind of communication, that is also what we have to learn now, and you can't learn it overnight. You know, it takes time. We saw it with the British team. These guys been sailing together for a long time, you know, over long periods in various combinations and also under high pressure.
Yeah,
and then for us, you know, it's to learn that and to find that out. But then
it'll be great to be able to see the images tonight as you come back home.
Oh, we're going to do that for sure.
and analyze it, as we've seen also some of those drone shots are just unbelievable. Really gives you a good idea.
Yeah, it's a wonderful
timing.
Yeah, it's a wonderful help also to look at it afterwards. But you know, the combination between the trimmers now and finding the right spot, that's what it comes down to. And we can see, I mean, the Hungarians, they have even stretched a little bit more because I think, I mean, they're doing a wonderful job. You know, they have hit it right up till now.
They're out in front. They sort of lead the dance, and as you know, as we say, the rich get richer, and it is true, right? Look at that. Well, perhaps not richer. 350 meters is approximately what they had as the lead in the beginning.
Yeah, but still, you know, they try to control it, and they try to control it. They try to control the Chileans.
But Tim, let's talk about you a little bit. Tim Kroger. So you've been around for a couple years, and some very impressive sailing that you've done. You've been to the America's Cup twice with Team Arena.
Yeah, Team Arriva. There was a French team in 2003.
Arriva, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. And you've been you were doing the whipbread race.
Yeah, I've done it also twice.
You've done that twice. I remember as a kid watching that and saying to myself, one of these days I'll do that. And you were on which team were you on?
I sailed in 93, 94 with Intrum Justitia, and in 97, 98 with Swedish Match.
Okay.
So it's a while ago, I must admit, but it was good fun. And the good
those
thing
were the 70s, weren't they?
No,
the boats.
The 60s, the whipbread 60s they were called at that time. But it's good that I've done it, because that is character building stuff.
I'm sure it is. Did you sail down in the Southern Ocean?
I did the whole lot, mate.
The whole thing, huh? Wow, unbelievable. Those images are crazy. And you didn't have the same equipment you had today. That's one of the things that was always impresses me when I see some of the equipment back in the day. It has nothing to do with what we have now.
In those days, we were even quite advanced, and like, for example, foul weather gear we were developing at that time. It's still the stuff that's been used today, the shape and all that, but we had the chance to develop a lot of stuff with the suppliers. And now we're quite advanced, and you know, if you get wet or cold, you're either stupid or poor. So you better have good gear.
And but you didn't just stop there. You also did an Olympic campaign in the soling class.
Yeah, that was even before that, in '88, when the soling was still in the game. But unfortunately, we didn't make it. We came second in the trials in Germany, but we didn't make it. Anyways, it was also good. You know, it was also good for their own personal development. So therefore, you know, I would not like to miss any of this sailing.
And you were world champion in the Mom 36 and German champion in the TP 52.
Yeah, we
class.
had a TP 52 under OSC in Germany, and that was also quite fun. You know.
So a big boat sailor. You've been sailing on big boats all your life?
Yeah, I've done many.
Except perhaps the soling?
Yeah, I've done many different things, but I sailed big boats before I went to the soling, and then I went back to the big boats. And no, it's pretty good fun.
So you see, you have so much experience that we are now down at the leeward gates.
We are down at the leeward gate, and
let's take a look at this here as we're seeing the Hungarian team put in a jibe just before they are going to hoist their Genoa. And we should be seeing probably what's looking like it's going to be a windward drop for the Hungarian team right here.
Yeah, and there's a course change signal. We haven't seen the board yet, but
I've been told it's a Charlie minus. I don't know if it's a Charlie minus green or red, but Charlie minus is the info I have. We'll confirm that. So that's just a Charlie minus, so it looks like, oh, look at that. Let's take a look here as they're putting the kite in.
Yeah, wonderful weather drop. You know, these boats with the drop lines, when everything works smooth and it's operated in the right manner.
More pressure, huh?
Yeah. I'm quite impressed about the Hungarians. They've always been pressured up. It's pretty good. I mean, the other guys are sitting inside, and these guys are just—they're
always sitting on the rail, either that or hiking out.
Like a freight train, they're going through the course.
Let's take a look here at the next team, which is coming in here. It looks like it's the Chileans. As you're hearing that sound signal right there, indicating that Charlie minus, as it looks like a sort of Kiwi jibe, but not really. A Kiwi drop, sorry. As they're going around, so good speed for them. Look a little bit slower coming out of that mark rounding than we saw the Hungarian boat, but very nice drop right there. No issues whatsoever. So we were just saying that Charlie a minus, so there's a little bit less wind, so that we've gone from 0.8 to 0.75 nautical miles.
So there's a bit of shorter upwind now, and it shows, you know, it's less pressure in general apparently over the course. So the committee said if they would make a shorter upwind, but
let's take a look here at Netherlands.
And
classic drop. Wow, very, very fast drop there on the halyard. It looks like a little too fast, and the spinnaker actually went a little bit into the water. It doesn't look like it slowed them up, but it got the spinnaker wet. And we know that when the kite is wet, then it gets harder the next time you want to hoist it.
It's true, and the dropline system, you know, it's a tricky one. It's good. It's very, very good, but it's very tricky. And if you operate it in the perfect manner, like halyard drop and dropline coming on, then it all crumbles up and it ends up in a massive you know,
a massive ball that
a massive ball downstairs, and it will be hard to hoist it again.
Here we go, as we see here, perhaps you see that right there, letting down the kite a little bit slower down on a German team, but it seems like they're having a hard time getting that spinnaker into the water. Oh dear, do not let that spinnaker get wet. As, were they just not using the drop line?
I think they were, but it's,
where was it? On the main winch?
Well, yes, but the thing is as well, if you have a lot of load on the drop line, and because maybe something is tangled downstairs, you can't see, and you keep grinding, you might pull the patch out of the kite. That would be really bad. That would be dramatic.
Yeah, of course we don't want to.
And then you stop that, and you just sacrifice wet kite for a kite that is still in one piece. So
true. So looks like right there, the Netherlands and Team Germany got their kites wet as they went around the leeward gates. So we'll see how that pans out as they put up their kite the next time as we get to the weather mark, whether that will affect them or not. It is not necessarily, but
it's again less pressure. We can see also the Hungarians, no one is hiking properly anymore. They're coming out again. My goodness, they have some breeze. They have some
just
pressure on the boat.
It
is impressive.
We can see that heel, huh?
It is impressive. But maybe, I mean, maybe some of the guys, they come from Lake Balaton, you know, from the lake.
And and this is actually,
we are right now. It is a lake, you know, and
it is. Look at these conditions.
And in general, lake races, they are pretty good. You know, they have a pretty good eye for the breeze, and they can judge the paths. Sometimes very, very good. And yeah, I mean, this is now like a lake, basically.
It is.
Lake in the ocean.
It is. Lake sailing has lots of shift and is it's always changing, and I can attest to that. You know, sailing in Switzerland, where obviously we only have lakes. It is, and so perhaps this is really great sailing conditions for them, or these are conditions that they've
I would say so. I mean, Lake Balaton is a huge lake, and also Hungary is landlocked. Yep. So that is the place where these guys probably all have started to sail, and you develop a very, very good eye, you know, and it shows.
So they're working in the shifts right there on the Hungarian team out in front. There are your leaders right now as we are going up leg number 3. Here out of 4 legs. Interesting to hear some of the onboard here. And it's a calm day. It's well, it seems like a calm day because it is our first day here for this round, as we have a clean slate and everybody has the opportunity to put some points up on the board. And it looks as though the Hungarian team here, mind you that, like I said earlier, they got here in the 16th of the finals, so they've already been here for a couple of rounds, and really just sailing very well. As we look here, very nice tack. Very nice tack right there as we see the Genoa. That Genoa is really a big sail. It's the biggest sail they have on these boats, and it has quite an overlap. It comes back further than the mast, and sometimes that can be tricky to have that sail not flap too much.
Oh, it's true. It's true. But what we can see here nicely is the Hungarians, they try to control the fleet. I mean, okay, the Germans are limping a little bit further behind, unfortunately, but the Chileans and the Netherlands, they are to leeward of them, so the Hungarians try to control it now, and they're all on their way across the right-hand side of the course, and they still have sufficient space towards the ley lines, so it's just a controlling move. And what my impression was on the Hungarian boat, there was a lot of communication going on, you know, a lot of talking, and the more communication you have and the better input and the more input you get, especially in these tricky conditions from your crew, from these people that you're sailing with, then it's that's ideal. This is how it should be. And you know, the days are gone that you have a tactician there who is the master of God and he does it all on his own. Those days are gone, luckily. And you have to communicate really like a strong team and get all the brain power of each and every one into the game. And you know, it can be that somebody sees something that is, and it's normally not his job to see something, and he gives input that saves your day.
Yeah, so very interesting as we see the evolution in sailing and in communication, and how the sport has really evolved, well, not obviously technically speaking, but also in terms of mentalities.
It's basically, I mean, sailing, and especially these boats, and on this level, it is three-dimensional chess. You know, because it's the technical side of the boat. You have to sail the boat fast. You have to understand the technicalities, and then you have to put your boat in the proper position on the chessboard, and then you have to do this together with all your players. So it is a tricky thing, but that is the challenge, and that is the wonderful side of this kind of sailing.
It is truly wonderful as we are seeing just some great maneuvers here from our leaders, the Hungarians, as we are arriving 200 meters away from the windward mark. Remember, guys, as we saw in the first race, this windward mark is going to be that pink colored, so they're going to have to bear away very quickly and then immediately put up their spinnaker. So it's going to be a maneuver which is a little bit more technical, because there's a lot of things they have to do. So it'll be interesting to see how they set themselves up to go around this mark. As in the last race, we saw the boats coming in from a port ley line, as the Hungarian boat right now is coming on starboard here as they get to the weather mark. So will they take it a little bit wide and sort of have a little bit larger trajectory?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing.
Cut it short?
Well, it's a tricky thing, because these boats, you know, you've got to bear away, you've got to come down, because the apparent wind, the apparent wind has to come down, that you can set the kite. So, I mean, he's bearing away quite hard, as we can see, and the kite goes up. Oh, that was a nice set as well. Jib comes down. Nice. Now he tries to find his right angle.
Starting to come down as the kite is getting up to the top.
Yeah, you want to do that, or you do that the kite gets enough airflow, that it gets enough air over the kite, and basically the jib is shielding it, so you get the kite down, the jib down, and the kite pops, and off you go. Right. And then trimmer, helmsman, you find the right angle, and you try to wiggle your way down with the pressure you basically induce, you know, the pressure you build up. The trimmer and the helmsman, they have to work now in a proper way.
Now let's take a look at the next boats coming up here to the second time they get to the windward mark, as they're going to be putting up their spinnakers for the last time in this race for the day. Here we are looking at Team Chile with this great overview shot, this great drone shot that we have right here as we are about to see them tack, and really have a lot of things to do. As we see the number one right there on the boat going out to the front. So that's Thomas Middleton out in the front right there, as we see him putting up, getting ready for the kite here as they are about to arrive to the windward mark. Now, it is really important that they be careful with this bowsprit, as we've seen many teams before get penalized. The rule with the bowsprit is that you can have it go out, but you need to make sure that the spinnaker is constantly going up.
It's got to be in sync. You know, it's got to be one motion basically. Bowsprit goes out, tack line comes on, kite goes up. So you can't just get the bowsprit.
Yeah, you can't go bowsprit,
because it is, if we're allowed to do that, it would be very convenient, but unfortunately it isn't. So it's got to be one flow, one operation, one maneuver, and yes, teams got penalized in the past for that.
And when they do get penalized for that, then they have to do a 360, and that means that they have to do not just a circle, but a tack and a
But look at it, we have a change. We have a change. The boys are third.
Very nice, and it looks like no issues right there with that wet spinnaker.
No, it's also quite a nice hoist, I must say, and they have to find the right angle now.
And much faster taking down of the jib
and,
right there.
and Max Kohlhoff, the tactician, calls his brother up. Powell, the helmsman, he's bronze medalist in the NACRA, and he has a pretty good feel for these kind of boats.
Germany putting in a jibe here, right in front of Team Netherlands.
Yeah. They probably have seen that there's more breeze on the other side.
But it looks like they're having
the jibe wasn't really perfect.
No, it's kind of stuck there around the forestay. Difficult to get a good jibe in when you don't have so much pressure and to immediately jibe.
Yeah, you got to really. I mean, it's. When you drive, you've got to be in light air, you've got to be sometimes a bit aggressive, so you have to turn the boat, but your rate of turn is very important. It needs to be in sync with the trimmer that is easing the old sheet, and then the boat turns, but then you have to come up to accelerate and to find your right angle. That is a tricky part, and that is, again, training.
Yeah,
that's what it is. That's what it comes down to. So therefore, it is a bit of a tricky operation to sail these boats in a really smooth manner.
Really great to have your insight right here. It's your experience of having sailed around the world 2 times, done the America's Cup. You know what it's all about.
I mean, this is, there are certain basics, and they apply especially to these boats. And these basics you have to digest, as a helmsman, as a trimmer. And if you hit it properly, if you hit that right, no problem. Then you go fast. But you got to focus on that.
But you got to hit it right.
But you got to focus on that.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not. How shall I say? It's not rocket science. It's not magic. It's just doing it.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
Just do it.
And now again,
just doing it. It's a lot easier.
Yeah,
said than
I know, and it's nice to do it here from the studio, but
but we're doing a great job. I think
exactly.
We're sailing very well here.
I mean, being out there, it
modest.
is
we are very
pure
modest.
tension. It's pure tension, because even now, as you can see on the boats, it is light air. It's really light, and also you need that pinch of luck to hit that bit more pressure to be able to come down and roll the other boats. It is
very
really
tricky
here
as the Hungarians now have just completely left everybody behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
650 meters behind. But look at this. The Netherlands, Chile, and Germany are now neck and neck.
They're all in one line, and they're basically. The Netherlands are committed to the to the left side, because we always look at the course from looking upwind. But they are committed to one corner. The Germans are to the other corner, and the Chileans are in the middle. So now, who's gets the pressure?
Yeah, well, who's going to get the pressure?
Who's going to get the pressure?
Who is setting themselves up correctly? Here we go. Take a look at this.
Yeah, it looks shiny for the Dutchies right now. It looks shiny, but there's still 600 meters to go.
Okay, and let's go on to the water as Raquel has another vision, as she is right next to the boats.
She can feel the wind.
Yes, kind of, Timmy. So yes, the Germans chose to go on the right-hand side of the course. I would have thought that they would not let the orange Netherlands go away, and I would have expected them to hold on to those 2 points harder. But probably Max saw something here on the right that I haven't seen. And actually, what I see. Like I said, I'm stepping out of my comfort zone here, but I see kind of a darker sea on the left at the moment. So the Netherlands might have seen something there as well. But anyways, it's really swinging the wind. It's patchy. Not necessarily, but like I'm not an Olympic gold medalist in sailing. And I received some insights from Pietro Fantoni, who is a better sailor than myself, is a successful snipe sailor, and he's on the committee boat. And he was telling me to look at the clouds. They're still here, they're still above the mountains, a big volcano on the island. And they're gray. They're threatening, and he was saying that if it starts raining from those clouds, then it might stop the wind. But if it doesn't, then it might suck the wind and make it a little stronger. So when the committee actually shortened the course at the previous gate, I thought it was a little early, because in that precise moment, the wind was actually a little fresher, cooler, and stronger. But then they were right, because at the top mark we've seen a very light wind, and it's been a light wind, downwind leg. So it's difficult for the committee, it's difficult for the tacticians, and we can just be here, watch, and report what we see. And what I've seen is an excellent work on board Team Hungary. They're not the longest standing here, because the Chilean are the highliner of this fleet. But I've noticed, Jan, that there is a highliner in every fleet. So we have Chile here, we have Portugal in the next one. They have been sailing since the beginning. We have Lithuania in the last round. And what was the one in the previous fleet? Help me out. It was Malaysia. So, we have one highliner in every fleet, being here since day one of this final series. And in this case, Hungary is hasn't been from the beginning, but they've been here for 2 weeks now, and they are proving to be very consistent.
Thank you very much, Rachele. As we did manage to get just a quick view of those dark clouds that are over the volcano. And absolutely, you're right. And that's something that's just very interesting, as we see that in each fleet we have one team that has been with us from the very beginning. And that's really interesting, because that's actually what that means is it's a lower ranked team than what we've seen coming in here, and now they're now fighting with the big dogs right here as they're coming in. But let's enough talking about what has happened before. Let's take a look at what is happening right now, as the Hungarian team is about to cross the line in first place with a 700-meter lead over the others. So they've really done just a magnificent job right here, and they are now going to be putting on 4 points. So a great start here for the Hungarian team, as we see them cross the line right now in first place. So they can be very happy about that.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, they've sailed well. They have sailed well from the start onwards, and they have never let go. They found the right spots, they found the puffs, they found the breeze, and they also controlled the fleet when they could, or when they had to. And that was very, very smart the way they sailed. And based on the fact that they are sailing for such a long period here now, they must know pretty well how to sail this boat quick.
Yeah, interesting that we saw them doing all sorts of different things, going fast, getting a good start, then sometimes working the shifts, other times working the fleet. So quite a I shouldn't say big, but I should say a bunch of different things they brought to their race.
Different objectives you have, and these objectives, they can change. You know, you gotta play with it and make the most out of what you have in your hands at this very point. Sometimes, if you're with the back to the wall, then what do? You know, you take a flyer and off you go.
Sometimes you just have no option but to go off to the right-hand side. But now let's take a look at this, as the Netherlands here have gone off to the course left.
They've got pressure. They have pressure, and
They are cruising back in right now.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, they come in hot. You know, they sail a very, very high angle, whereas the other guys, the Chileans and the Germans, they obviously sail a lower angle. So they reach in there pretty quick now.
Yeah, they've definitely got some speed. I mean, just look at the water cruising by there on the right-hand side of your
boats
screen.
loaded up. They're going like a freight train. And the other two boats, they're coming from the other side where there is probably less pressure and not such a favorable angle. I mean, the Dutchies, they can go straight in the way it looks.
Yeah.
On a high angle they are. And the Germans and the Chileans, they still have to jibe to get into get across the line.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely. So it looks like the Netherlands right here are putting in coming in fast right here.
Yeah, that's a nice comeback, I'd say. Well done.
Just remember, halfway through this downwind, all three boats were neck and neck. And the Netherlands have decided to go off to the right and now are just cruising back in and have a great lead over the two boats that are now fighting one another. The Germany and the Chilean team are having their own battle. Perhaps that's also what slowed them down and allowed Netherlands to get such a big lead.
That can happen as well. That you get hooked with another guy and you think this guy is pretty quick. He knows also what he's doing, so you better stay with him. And
so
then
here comes the Netherlands right now, crossing the finishing line. So they could be proud of what they've done right there. That's going to be good for them, putting 3 points up onto the leaderboard. They perhaps, of course, they would like to put 4, but 3 is already pretty good. That's going to allow them to have a good start here to this regatta, a safe start, perhaps a little bit less pressure, but you know, you never know what's going to happen, as we've seen teams that have been leading coming out of the 3 days in a leadership position and not being able to go through. And we've seen last place teams going through on the last day. So the suspense is going to be there until the end of this quarterfinals. As we look here, as Chile is going to put in their last jibe in order to be able to get to the finishing line.
I mean, the Chileans are in a pretty safe spot now. You know, they're advanced and to leeward, and it's just a matter of jibing properly right now. Simul, both boats jibe. The Germans normally instigate it. The Chileans respond, and so the Chileans stay ahead of them and out of the wind shadow of the German boat. And so that's how they cruise across the finish line.
There it is, our third place boat, Team Chile, coming in 4 minutes 30 seconds behind Hungarians, and followed closely by Team Germany. So that is the race number 2 of the day. So that is race 1 for this fleet number 2. So everybody getting out there and experiencing a little bit of light weather and just getting into it, as today is the first day of 4 days of racing. And as a matter of fact, there is not much racing left. We'll have 4 days left of racing, and then we'll have 1 day break, and then Saturday will be 2 races for the semifinals.
Yeah, it goes quick.
Sunday is the big final.
Exactly. From now onwards, it goes quick.
All right, I have news. Raquel is out on the water with our winners. Raquel.
Yes, I'm with the winner of this race, Zsombor Beres. And Zsombor, we were saying in the live commentary that today this race was kind of a lake race. So did you feel like you were on the Balaton?
Yes, definitely. If I can say that our team has a strength, and this is this condition. Without the swell, so we can read the wind nicely. And we had our plan before the start, and it worked out perfectly.
Okay, one last quick question. Do you think having been here longer than the others has helped you? I mean, we kind of know the answer.
Yes, definitely.
What's the plan for tomorrow?
Same.
Okay, so we'll see you back on the water tomorrow. Sorry, it was a quick one, but I think the teams are already ready.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Domber.
Well, congratulations.
well
thank
done.
you very much for that interview, Rachele. So, the race results. Here we go. Hungary, 4 points. Netherlands, 3. Chile, 2. And Germany, 1 after 45 minutes and 9 seconds. And good job on the race committee trying to have a target time of 45 minutes. They were 9 seconds off. That's pretty darn good. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first race for fleet number 2 right there. As I have Tim Kroger that was with me and all your experience. Tim, thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
And stick around because race number 3 is just about to get started. As you just heard Rachele say, teams are on the boats. So we will be right back for the beginning. Race number 3 of the day. It'll be race 1 of Fleet 3. See you guys soon.
I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane.
Go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the second trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the SSL League Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
Bring it, we are waiting.
Hey guys, just come and we are waiting for you.
Let's have fun.
Don't forget to bring some wind.
Looking forward to meeting you. Ciao.
See you soon, guys.
We are waiting for you in the next round, and we're getting stronger.
We are waiting you.
See you guys in the next round.
Ooh, that's you again.
You again?
Yeah, it's your favorite song. Your favorite song. No, we're not singers.
We're not singers.
I think we need Ivan for that. Yeah. We'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine. Like.
Yeah, it's all about, in the grinder, it's all about eating.
Fitness.
Okay, yeah, more eating.
What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course.
Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house. Do you give your girlfriend tulips?
Always.
Always
tulips?
Yeah. Romantic man, aren't you? Eh?
Yeah, no, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
My name is Mattias Ram and I'm the tactician at SSL Team Sweden. As a tactician, I'm kind of have the overview of the race course and setting up where we want the boat to sail. So with my instruments and looking at the breeze and the other opponents, giving my team the advice where to sail on the race course.
My name is Joca Signorini. I'm from Brazil and I'm a tactician. Tactics is a big part of our sport in sailing. We play a lot, trying to always position ourselves in a good spot related to the other boats.
My name's Matthew Belcher. I'm the strategist tactician for Team Australia. I guess my part is I'll caddy for the main sheet. I'll have a look at the Vang, the Cunningham and some of the controls just on the centerpiece here. You know, downwind, I'm easing on the spinnaker and, you know, just trying to do drop lines and just really help support the guys that are doing the main grinding. I'm pretty light, pretty small, not a great grinder and, you know, and I'm just tailing a lot of sheets but also trying to get my head out of the boat and, you know, make sure we're in the right position.
As a tactician, you are kind of a football coach or a co-driver in a car.
The most important skill is just to remain calm, you know, and just try and be in advance and put your boat in the right position and just try and predict what your competitors are going to do.
Communication is very important in this role as well. And as I said before, it's a full teamwork and we achieve things together.
For main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And welcome back, guys, as we are about to get racing underway for our third race of the day. That'll be race number 1 for fleet number 3. I am joined here with Robert Hopkins. Robert, welcome. Thanks for coming around once again.
Always a pleasure.
It'll be a good one. Very excited that you are here and that we can commentate and get out onto the water. So that's enough for us from the studio. Let's go out onto the water. And first of all, let's take a look here at the team comparisons. As we will see the teams coming up right here on top left-hand side of your screen is the Brazilian team. The Brazilian Storm SSL ranked number 17, weighing in at 718 kilos. The captain of that team is Robert Scheidt. To the right there is Portugal, the Navigators SSL ranked number 22, weighing in at 706 kilos. The team captain is Joao Rodrigues. And to the bottom left-hand side, we have Team New Zealand, the Guardians, SSL ranked number 8, weighing in at 724 kilos. The captain of the team is Leslie Egnott. To the bottom right is Australia. It's the Boxing Kangaroos, SSL ranked number 11, weighing in at 728 kilos. The captain of that team is Will Ryan. And now let's listen to the national anthems.
Céu da pátria nesse instante, se o penhor dessa igualdade conseguir.
And those were the team national anthems. Let's take a look at the lineup here as we are about to go racing. So we will go through this quite quickly and mention only the captain, which is Robert Scheidt right there at the helm. Our next team is Team Portugal, and the captain is João Rodrigues. And that is your team right there from Team Portugal. New Zealand. The captain of this team is Leslie Egnott, as you see her as floater right there on the top hand side of your screen. And we continue on to Team Australia, and the captain there is Will Ryan. And you see him at the bottom left. He is a trimmer. Bottom of your screen, he's the trimmer. So that is the lineup, ladies and gentlemen, for all of your teams as we go back out onto the water right now with 2 minutes left to go, as I'm joined here with Robert Hopkins. And very interesting, as we were talking just a second ago with Robert about the wind, and as we've seen sort of these really shifty conditions you guys saw in the last races, well, Robert has been living here for now more than 20 years and is extremely good at explaining why all these wind shift, what's happening on the race course. So Robert, why don't you just quickly explain it to us here as we're about to get racing underway?
Well, we've seen northerlies and southerlies. Both of those are parallel to the coast. And today we have an easterly that's basically T-boning into the coast. And we'll talk later. This is here in the last minute. See what goes on here.
So we've got an easterly. It's making things really shifty out there for everybody. And we'll get into a little bit more detail about that as we are 50 seconds away from the starting line right now. Let's see if these guys can do a better job than the last fleet that we saw, which was a little bit late to the start. It looks like right now 40 seconds away from the starting line for Team Portugal. It looks like they're about to get shut out, and they are diving down to try to find a solution. Are they going to pass behind the others, or what are they going to do? It looks like a tough place for Team Portugal right now, as we have the Australian team right there putting the pressure on everybody, slowing everybody down. 13 seconds left to go, so time and distance right now looks as though New Zealand right there telling the skipper, slow down. 2 seconds, 1. And it looks like it is perhaps a good start. Yes, I'm not seeing an individual recall on the race committee. So clear start right there for all teams. And that was a very good job on time and distance from everybody. As we saw, perhaps Team Portugal getting a little bit squeezed out there at the race committee, having to tack over, and is now going to course right, as we still have 3 boats that are on a starboard tack. There you go. You see them right there. A difficult position right now, perhaps for Team Brazil. Who seems to be accepting to be in the wind shadow of the Australians. So interesting. What's that about?
Well, they're reluctant
there we go.
to have an issue here when they finish this
they're
tack.
They're going to do a big bear away right here.
Ooh,
a big bear away. And now New Zealand is just tacked right in front of them. So life is tough right now for the Brazilian teams, as they are wind shadowed by one boat and then tacked in front of by another boat. So perhaps all these teams feeling that Brazil is a huge threat to them, as Brazil is quite literally getting boxed out and having to tack again.
Looks good.
Here goes Brazil right now, having to put in their second tack. So they're one more tack than everybody else. as Team Portugal is cruising off to the right-hand side as we see these three boats just sort of battling between one another. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here with the Portuguese that are going off to the right-hand side. Looks very calm on that boat. And you were telling me that you know these guys, right?
I know people here and there, but what I'm noticing is that for a while, Australia had their own private lefty over there, and now they've fallen out of it, okay? So it's a tricky day. You know, they looked famous for a moment, now they're back down to that same heading as Portugal. For all intents and purposes,
and look at the distance between all boats, guys.
Yeah.
Look at the top left-hand side of your screen. There's just nothing in it. So all boats are currently pretty much tied. Let's see, as we see here, Portugal putting in attack and now going to be coming back into contact with the other boats. It'll be interesting to see what happens now as Portugal comes into contact with New Zealand. New Zealand not even taking the chance. Attacking right there. As we see New Zealand and Australia now coming back together. Brazil deciding they've had enough of this. They're off to the left-hand side. Getting harassed off of the starting line there. Brazil has decided to skedaddle off to the left-hand side of the race course. We'll see how how they will deal with that. We know that going off to the right-hand side or to the left-hand side by yourself can be a little bit dangerous. However, it is also a possibility to be able to come back into the game. But perhaps now, as we see it getting a little bit darker on the race course, we could have Raquel's input. Raquel, if you can hear me.
And yes, it's getting darker, the water, but mostly because the sun is officially covered by those gray clouds that were on the mountains before, and now they're right on us. And yes, what a great start for Australia, now struggling here. The Portuguese went here towards us on the right-hand side of the course, and they were not wrong. So similar tricky conditions as the previous race. Australia is right now tacking to go back into the middle of the course. It's a day where you probably, you want to stay right up close to the others because anything can happen. And if I can guess, probably up at the top mark we'll see more breeze. At the moment here, I would say we're no more than 5-6 knots. But up there, it looks a little darker. And, well, that's good news. But unfortunately here, it's a bit of a struggle. It's slow and tense for the tactician for sure.
And Raquel, we're seeing right now Brazil that went off to the left-hand side is now coming back and has a 43-meter lead over New Zealand. So it looks as though right now we see Australia down 270 meters. So it looks like the left-hand side has paid for the Brazilian team. Robert, we see it going left and right. Just before the start, we were talking about getting that easterly. Raquel has now told us that the clouds are coming in overhead. Please, can you make any sense of this?
Yeah, it's chaotic. The sense behind the chaos is that windward today, for the first time, 60 miles away, is Fuerteventura, a long island, and the wind is shedding off of Fuerteventura in long looping vortices, giving us a chaotic kind of like washing machine effect of pressure and shift. So there's not going to be a favored side. It's just going to come this way and that. And tacticians have to use their 1,000-yard stare to look far away and find and anticipate this pressure. Because not only is it hard to see, they're going relatively slowly, so if they are in the wrong spot, they can't change their mind and just say, oh, I wish I was over there a quarter mile to the left. That's not going to happen.
And how about these clouds that are rolling in? What's that all about?
Well, there's the clouds. I always look to see if they're moving, and they're not. They're going at about 10 knots, so there's not more wind upstairs that could mix down to the surface today. And there's just a cap up there. It's called the marine layer. That's as high as the thermal drafts are going. And when they get capped off like that, that's bad for pressure.
Okay, interesting.
And obviously the
marine layer.
Yeah, the shadow that the clouds puts on the land turns off the engine, the thermal engine, which is hot land, air going up in the air, going up over hot land and filling in from the sea. That's what a thermal is.
Thermal breeze.
Yeah. It's a tough place to get that going because with the wind perpendicular to the coast of a very mountainous island, we're in a zone of stagnation just to windward of that sweet point where it T-bones into the island.
So if you're interested in weather forecasting,
sorry
come
about
and
all
sail
that.
out here. You're gonna love it.
Sorry to bore you with all that, but I could go on
No, it's
forever.
not boring at all. It's
big,
really
big cross here. There goes New Zealand crossing Brazil.
Very, very intense on that Brazilian boat right there. As I saw Martins look in her eyes from quite a ways back. So they are. It's unbelievable. The concentration. I mean, of course you'd expect it, but just to see it right there.
Look at the tacking angle. You know, the usual case is they're tacking through 90 degrees, but we can see here they're tacking through, I don't know, 135 or 120 at really wide angle. That's because the wind is light. So there's, you know, it's.
And as Tim was saying earlier, Tim Kroger that we had in here, he was explaining as well that when as soon as you get a little bit more pressure, you'll see those boats being able to go a little bit closer to the wind, and so sometimes we have the perception that it's a lift or a header, but really it's
exactly.
It's more a question of pressure.
Right, but you'll take it either way. If you're heading up because there's more wind, that's okay too, you know.
Of course you will.
But what you don't want to do is tack in a hole. So they will go a long way to make sure they're tacking where there is pressure to minimize the pain of accelerating and the loss in distance of the tack.
We can really count those tacks then today.
Yeah, you don't want to, like right now everyone's thinking, how am I going to finish off the leg? Right? Is it going to be a one tack finish, a two, a four? What's it going to be? And another rule of thumb is that you generally want to keep going the way you are going in light air. Like if you ought to be on the tack you prefer. So if you see another boat, like Brazil did, duck them and keep going the way that you wanted to go. Don't get into a stupid little lee bow situation with somebody.
Yeah.
That's a micro play in the big picture today. It looks like New Zealand's crossing clear ahead of Portugal.
Speaking of the big picture, here is what's happening right now with all four of our boats. New Zealand and Brazil right now are fighting for the lead. As we see perhaps now the New Zealand guys having a little bit more pressure. Oh, they just put in a tack.
No need to go farther left than the leftmost boat in the fleet. So New Zealand's tacking here to hurt Portugal.
Portugal and Brazil now at a tie. So it looks like Brazil off onto the right-hand side. Perhaps a little bit less pressure for the Brazilian boat. Look at how quickly that changes right there.
Yeah. Wow.
So Brazil was in the lead only 20-30 seconds ago, and now we see them relegated to third spot. So big gains and losses here in these light, shifty, patchy wind conditions, making it for a very, very interesting race. It's thrilling. You don't really know who's going to be out in front. One time it could be.
I'm surprised. Boy, Brazil lost 200 meters while we were chatting away here. That's incredible. This is a crazy day.
And it's going down fast because now we're at 220 meters.
Wow.
So obviously obviously, you know, perhaps more pressure for the New Zealand boat and the Portuguese boat. As we see them now arriving to the ley line here to the weather mark. So this will be the first time that these guys are arriving at the windward mark. And they will be hoisting the kite for the first time. Good teamwork right there, getting that squash in. As we see them putting on the short sheet, or well, how did Chris call it?
Can you give us the time here? I can't say.
Chris Poole called it something else.
I don't know what he called it. I didn't hear that.
Different names for the same things. Great view right here as we see New Zealand getting to the windward mark first, and the bowman right there doing his stuff. Bringing the tack up to the bow of the boat as we're about to see the bowsprit come out and the spinnaker being hoisted. Here we go. So kite going up, bowsprit coming out,
Softer T2.
tack line being pulled. And look at that, they've decided to put the spinnaker up as they get to the weather mark. Remember, they still have to get to...
they've done the offset.
The offset?
Yeah,
they've done the offset.
Just off screen to the right is the windward mark. Yeah.
All right, I missed that one. All right, so here we go. That was a very nice hoist right there from Team New Zealand as they're being followed by the Portuguese team.
So just as they were tacking through very wide angles, in the light air they'll be jibing through very wide angles. Not much different than the upwind numbers. So it will look to the naked eye like they're trimming the gennikers very tightly there. See that? They need that flow across the sail to get anywhere.
Let's look off into the distance right there. Let's see if we can see any wind patches, as we probably have the best sight of any of the sailors looking from this high from the drone.
It looks better up. It looks like at 100 meters to windward of them there's pressure, but then the question is, will that come down to them, or are they sailing faster than that pressure field is moving downwind? That's why I'm a horrible tactician.
Here we go with Team Brazil just about to hoist as we are on board and listening to the Brazilians right there. That's it. That's done. That was a quick one. So a very fast hoist for the Brazilian team. As they put the Genoa back onto the foredeck.
Australia well behind.
All right, here we go. We're seeing Australia now arriving at the weather mark. Looks like they weren't able to recover from that hole they were in on the right-hand side.
Right. In the light air, you just hope to stay in contact with the leaders, because you know if you're within 500 meters of them at the top of the last run, you have a fighting chance to win. That's crazy out here. I wouldn't count the Australians out, not for a second.
So looking like they didn't do the huge bear win that we saw earlier as the boats were perhaps trying to keep up a little bit more speed here as they bear away.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit longer bear away as we see the tack being pulled out all the way to the end of the bowsprit and the spinnaker going up.
Oh boy, they're having trouble with the windward sheet at the moment. Looks like it's okay now. Good. Beautiful set.
So really important to get that jib down, as that jib will block the air that's going into that kite. And that's why it's so important that that timing is correct. Otherwise, you'll essentially be without a front sail.
Right. Portugal jibed away. Just add to the fun. And you can see that red track of Portugal. They must have hooked into a shift and or pressure and a bearing away, which is what you want to do downwind. So they are, boom, they just left into first place.
So VMG right there. Velocity made good. They've got the speed, and therefore they can just bear away.
That's a confusing shot. Do you think that's Portugal in the foreground?
I believe it is. Yes,
okay.
It is. That's Portugal, Brazil, New Zealand.
Now, if you're on Portugal and you can see the back of the other guy's mainsail as opposed to the windward side, that is, as a rule of thumb, means you're ahead. So right now, Portugal would feel they're ahead of those two boats because it's seeing the leeward side of the main. That's a rule that works in every kind of sailboat.
That's a great little indication for all you guys that, you know, as we say, a lot of times when the boats come back together, you can see which side is paying off. Now there's a good point of view or good help right there as you are going downwind. And most people struggle with downwind and downwind tactics.
Yeah, it's very hard to know if you're ahead. That's a fundamental question. Big jibe here. Oh. Painful. They have to turn so many degrees.
Look at that, just having it, yeah.
It looks like they jibed in a hole. They jibed in a tricky spot there. Ooh.
Waiting for a long time before they ease that sheet or allow that spinnaker to breathe.
But they still, seeing the leeward side of those two mains, ought to feel pretty comfortable and confident. I mean, our computer's showing the same thing, but they don't have that on the water. The decision makers out there are maybe using a hand-bearing compass or just their gut feel to figure out who's leading.
166 meters lead for Portugal, as it seems that they had found a little bit of pressure earlier on. But now, what is going to happen? Let's look. Did you see that? That is the Australian team now managing to just be able to come back.
Yeah.
So
this is one of those maddening situations. The two leaders did not get pressure that Australia is seeing. It might have been that one we saw in the glip where I said, I don't know if that pressure is going to come down to the fleet or not.
Perhaps it was the same pressure that Portugal got.
Yeah, so basically the two leaders outran that pressure and the guys farther behind benefited from it.
Well, you know what? I think we should go out on the water and ask Raquel.
Good idea.
Or Jan, or nobody.
Raquel, if you can hear me, are you seeing any pressure?
Change of some sort. Feeling something? Yeah. Feeling something? Yeah.
I heard Raquel for a second there, but I'm sure she'll be back. If she can hear me, then Raquel, you can jump in at any time as we see Australia being able to come back now to second place.
It's upside down. Look what's happened to the... It's practically the exact opposite of what we saw a few minutes ago.
Go ahead, Raquel, if you see anything out there on the water that we can't see.
Well, I can tell you that the sun quickly came back to shine on the race course, and that we are on the far right of the course with Team Portugal going down. So I don't see much of the action among the other three boats, more on the left. But Portugal was not happy of where they were. And honestly, I am not sure if anybody is happy or where they are today, because it's really, really difficult. And well, the only good news from the race course is that the water is flat. But other than that, it's all very tricky. And I mean, talk about snake and ladders. Today, it's like the National Day of Snake and Ladders.
Yes, perhaps it is. We're seeing it very patchy, and even though we're looking as far as we can when we have these drone shots to see if we can see any pressure out on the water, it's very difficult for us to see pressure, and it's, these teams are actually doing a great job. But it's true, as Tim was saying earlier, these boats power up very, very quickly. And so as soon as they do, they can get that speed in. And look right here, while they're trying to get those battens to come across. But if you look at the water on the right-hand side of your screen, there we go. The boats are getting powered up very quickly. And we're seeing them just right now, probably doing, what, 4 or 5 knots?
Oh, faster. Yeah, they're doing great. But I wonder, why did New Zealand extend so far to course left? They went past ley line, and that's quite a bet they made. They're likely just to have to fall in line behind the other 3 boats, and all that extra distance was wasted. Let's see what happens.
Well, listen, in the previous race, we had the Netherlands go out far as well, and they came back in super hot. Perhaps they saw that and they decided, oh, maybe we'll try it, you know, as they were sitting on the water watching the previous race.
Now, Brazil jibed first, so New Zealand had to carry on a little bit to avoid just getting, sucking Brazil's bad air, but boy, are they out there. Portugal is very comfortable now, super relaxed. This is what a leader wants to do, is have everybody go to a ley line and jibe in front of them and turn it into a parade into the mark.
Oh, look at this. All sorts of ropes right there. Getting tangled.
Yeah.
A lot of action is going on there as we see them trying to make some adjustments on the mainsail, because all those little ropes that you were seeing there, the green ones, and that well, that's all the lines in order to be able to set the mainsail. Look at that now as we see the lazy sheet of the spinnaker that's been put around the bottom of the jib right there from our bowman number 14 right there, Manuel Dantas, who is getting everything ready in order to do a windward takedown, as he's right now putting some pressure on the drop line. There we go, a nice drop, look at that. Straight into it as 2 people. Very good drop right there. Oh, look at that, Charlie Minus. Charlie Minus, we just saw it on the boat, on the race committee boat. So as you probably know by now, Charlie Minus means a change of course, and minus meaning that we are going to have a shorter course. So you did not see a red or a blue square on that, which means that the wind is still in the same direction. We're just going to make it a little bit smaller, a little bit shorter.
200 meters shorter, from 1.4 to 1.2 kilometers. Australia coming in.
What a nice drop right there on the Australian boat as they go around.
They're picking the other gate. Leader went left gate and second place boat went right gate. So this is well out of control situation.
Very interesting here as we see that Brazil has decided as well to split. They're going to go to the left gate, so they'll be coming back up on course right.
Martina was asking Robert to dive a little more and do a nice smooth round turn there. Reading her body Brazilian or Portuguese.
Body language.
Yeah.
Good speed though on that Brazilian boat right there as they go around the leeward gate. And it looks as though New Zealand right now is going to go with a windward drop here. So bearing away to relieve the pressure on that kite and have it go in. And it looks like a pretty good drop right there as the spinnaker is just laying on top of the foredeck, so not at all in the water. Good mark rounding for New Zealand as they go around the leeward gate. There we see the outhaul being put on the main. As the foot of the sail is brought in, tightened up to be able to go up towards windward. So changing all the settings on the front sail as well as on the main sail in order to be able to deal with these light wind and shifty conditions, making it very interesting for us here as we're going back upwind for the second time. And look at that, now it's Australia that's back in the lead. So lots of lead changes that we've seen so far.
We don't know if Australia is leading because they were forced to go to the right gate since Brazil picked the left, since Portugal picked left, or if they actually wanted to go right gate, but it's worked out for them. Portugal was a decision maker and they picked the wrong side so far.
But will it all change here within 2 minutes?
Could. You bet it can. You bet it can. But I do have a feeling the drone shots are showing us like better pressure towards the harbor. And to make up a reason for that, towards the harbor, the land is flatter and there are more buildings. So there could be more thermal harbor breeze on the left side of the course. On the right side, you're upwind of big cliffs and mountains and greenery. Not so much pressure. Boy, it looks like if I'm Portugal looking at us, looking over there, and like, Australia looks pretty good.
It'd be interesting now to see the onboard from the Australian boat. As we see here, Portugal all the way to the right, or not all the way to the right, but quite off to the right. A little bit in the center, perhaps we see more pressure from our leaders as they are, yeah, there you go. You see they're sitting on the windward side as we saw Portugal was sitting on the leeward side. So you're right, absolutely. I mean, you called it.
At this moment, yeah, that's the problem now. Yeah, with all these cameras, we can see it, but I didn't predict it, just what happened. And now you try to understand what's going on, that's for sure. Because, you know, is there reliable pressure course left? You want to know that going into the run, make a decision about the run.
So interesting. Obviously, we've got the telemetry to be able to see that and to see the distances and the different tracking and the way the boats are going around the course. So we can sort of, it helps us to explain to you how these boats are going around. Really, we're just analyzing what's happening. Very difficult to predict. Now, imagine all these guys out there on the water. They don't have all of that,
right? And
they're having to try and predict it. So
now look at this. Portugal likes the left, so they're tacking in front of Brazil to lead them left, or potentially to force Brazil to tack away. Brazil is not going to be comfortable there. So yeah, everybody out there agrees that for the moment the left is the way to go.
Difficult for Brazil, for Portugal right there to get their boat speed up, as we see Brazil managing to keep their speed and work with that momentum, get the momentum to keep the boat. I was going to say rolling, but
yeah, rolling. I don't see any wheels, but that's what it is.
Perhaps we can find a better analogy for that, but it is what it is right now. It looks like Portugal right there, maybe perhaps putting in a little bit of a high mode.
Yeah, and forcing them away.
Forcing the Brazilian boat now to tax. So, attacks coming on from Portugal on the Brazilian boat as we are making our way up to the windward mark of 700 meters, less than 700 meters until we get to the windward mark. It's very funny how everybody in these moments is just so concentrated, and of course not a lot of talking and a very little amount of movement. And what's funny is, remember guys, we've seen when there's a little bit more pressure, the whole crew coming up together. And this time we're only seeing one or two guys coming up.
Yeah.
And that's all it takes to get that little squash, that as opposed to when you have more pressure.
Now remember, Australia rounded the first mark, a distant last. They rounded the second mark, the downwind gate, in second, and now they're in first. So you can't complain about the difficulty of the day or the spectator enjoyment factor here.
Now it's definitely keeping us on our toes here, as look at this now. It looks as though the Brazilian boat right there has found some pressure, as we see them having a little bow wave.
And Portugal has a piece of Australia. Australia is not going to cross.
Comes across right there.
Australia is going to duck.
So exactly as you were saying earlier, they don't want to go into that little lee bow situation, perhaps slowing their boat all the way down. They want to keep it going.
Yeah. Also, the higher up the course we get, the more the right is favored tactically, because it means when you meet another boat, you're on starboard and they're on port. So people will opt to go right at the top of the beat, even though they like the left in general. Portugal's like, well, we're going to be so far ahead on the next cross, it doesn't matter, we're on port tack. And again, I sure see pressure left. We had a drone shot, I believe, with nice furry water among the anchored chips. This shot looks glass smooth over to the right.
So we'll see if we can see that again. As here, look at the. Very interesting, as now New Zealand is coming back to get closer to the ley line, and now Portugal has taken the lead.
Yep.
So we are seeing nothing but lead changes here.
Wow.
Australia going from last to first to now second. Portugal going from last to first to third to now first.
It's impossible to remember.
It makes it very interesting, and it's just we are in awe here, and sometimes we just stop speaking because we're just trying to figure out what's going on and being able to explain it. And sometimes, well, we just have to look at the images and look at what these guys are doing on the boat, but you see everybody's working real hard right there. So working their boats, working their sails, adjusting the sails, moving around on the boat, squashing down.
Yeah.
And the sailors, the caliber of sailors that are on these boats now as we are in the quarterfinals is impressive.
It is. But there's an expression that you're only as good as your next race. So anybody out there can beat these guys if they sail well today. And they have the advantage, the quote weaker teams, of starting in the whole elimination series earlier. So they've been growing together and bonding as crews. It's really a fascinating format. Now we have these big teams showing up, but without the time in the water together that the younger teams have.
Yeah, and the team in this here is Portugal. This team right here has been here since the very, very beginning. They started in the 32nd of the finals.
Yeah.
Passed through and went on to the 16th, then the 8th, and now they're in the quarters.
Yeah, well, they have the best of all worlds. They're a very strong team if you read the resumes, and they got to start early. So they're, getting...
So this is actually race number 13 for them, if you look at the series.
That's a lot. That's a lot of racing together.
As we look at them going around that pink buoy, which is the change of course. That's why that buoy is pink. But what's happening here? Looks like the jib's having a hard time coming down on Portugal. So if that jib doesn't go down, then they're not going to be able to put that spinnaker up.
There it goes.
There it is. There it goes. So a little bit of a stressful moment right there on the Portuguese boat as they weren't able to put down the jib. Here is now the Australian boat, which has just managed to put up their kite right there. Oh, look at that! There's a jibe going out in front as we see Portugal putting in a jibe and going off to course right. And here is Team Brazil with a good fast hoist and a good drop right there. The hoist was impressive on the last one, and just as impressive on this one. And now here comes Team New Zealand. Remember, in the last one, Australia was in last place, and they moved back up to second as they went down through the gates. This could potentially be the same situation.
Well,
for the New Zealand boat.
This is crazy to see Portugal lead and jibe away from the second place boat. There must be something very, very notable on the water to make that decision. They've opened the door to Australia passing them.
It's kind of funny. You were talking about the left-hand side of the race course, and Portugal is now going off to the right.
Exactly.
Oh, what's going on here? What's going on here? It looks like issue perhaps with one of the sheets. So the jib is down, but the spinnaker is not up. Oh no, this is not going to be helping their situation as the kite has not been hoisted all the way to the top of the mast. And sometimes, if that's the case, and the jib is, or the Genoa in this case, is dropped too quickly, it could pass on the other side of the spinnaker, and then it'll cause all sorts of mayhem. It kind of looks as though that was the case right there. They dropped the Genoa a little early, passed onto the wrong side of the kite, and was giving him a hard time putting it up.
So Portugal's jibe back to starboard, parallel to Australia, and they're basically tied at plus or minus 10 meters. So that's the kind of a nightmare for Portugal.
Pedro Costa right there, mainsail trimmer.
Not much pressure in the Portuguese sails. See what the others look like. All the weight's out of the stern up into the bow to reduce the wetted surface area by putting the fine bow in the water and lifting out the fat stern.
Very interesting as we were I was looking at Pedro right there, number 17, as he's looking up at his main. I saw him putting the sheet in his mouth and pulling at the same time on the boom vang. So really trying to work that sail as much as he can. A lot of work going on into getting these sails powered up.
I think we...
So close right there. Look at that.
Yeah. I think we just saw a view of Portugal and Brazil in the background. That, I think, is Brazil. And let's screen.
Oh, so apparently that's Australia in the background.
Okay. I'm all confused here. Okay, never mind.
No, it's fine. It's just,
I'm disoriented.
We're getting so many different views, hopping from one boat to the other. And look at the sky right there. It's very interesting as we see blue sky off to the right and those clouds off to the left.
That's basically the easterly lifting over the mountains, and as it goes upslope, they condense clouds. Not enough to rain, but enough to give a bit of shade. This is one of the places where the sea breeze can turn itself off by the very act of creating the cloud. Makes the shade that turns off the heat.
Yeah. So the heat's not pumping anymore. We are not getting hot air going up into the atmosphere, and it's not pulling that cooler air off of the ocean, which gets us that breeze. We have that a lot in lake sailing. That's pretty much some lakes. That's the only way we get wind.
It's hard in a lake because there's not much water and there's land all around you, so the sea breeze is sort of going spearing out radially to all the shores, unless you happen to be in Lago di Garda or somewhere that has a
mountain range, so it's just sort of funneling it down through.
Exactly. It's more of a funnel than a circle.
Now let's look here as we are on board with the Brazilian team putting in a jibe, as perhaps they are getting closer to the
Portuguese right here.
What did I say?
Brazilian.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, Portuguese. Putting in a jibe. Are they getting closer to that ley line?
They're sort of in the middle. Australia jibed out there on the ley line. That's them in the background.
So 700 meters left until we get down to the leeward mark, to the finishing line, shall I say, rather.
Yeah. Portugal looks
this
strong.
This is like 4.
Yeah, Portugal looks strong there. I'm not sure what story would allow Australia to power through.
Well, you know what? Perhaps I know somebody who could tell us that story.
Yes.
Raquel, what are you seeing out there, and what is going on? What is going on?
Well, I would like somebody to tell me, Jan, because it's really difficult today. I mean, my good friend Vasco Vascotto, who will be sailing the next race on Team Italy, said many times, it's better to be lucky than good sometimes. And I think today is one of those cases because there's not a favored side. I think there's just, it's fluky, like Tim said. It's really uncertain. And I am here going down with Team Portugal. They've proven to be strong downwind, both with strong wind and with light wind, and they look very confident. The crew weight is more on the bow, like I heard Robert saying. I mean, they're trying to lift that larger and heavier stern, but the Brazilians are not too far off, and I cannot really see the Australians because they're covered by Team Portugal. But we are at the buoys of the gate, so we're not far from the finish. There it is, the finish. So it can be anything between Portugal and Australia. I think it's going to be another one of those very close finishes. And well, what else to say? I mean, let's watch and let's just watch, Jana. No more, anything more to say.
All right, okay, well, let's just watch. Well, we are watching, and we're looking right now as though Portugal is just perhaps lost the lead at 27 meters as we see them getting closer and closer to the ley line and now having to put in a jibe. Here we go. There's the jibe for the Portuguese team as they are coming back to close the distance with the team Australia. Now
that's a jibe that Australia doesn't need to make. So everything they're losing there is out of their wallet. Australia's going to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps so. Yeah, because Australia right now is just. It can make the line. They are actually laying the finishing line right now. As Portugal just had to, right there, the jibe in order to get down to the line. So let's see what's happening here as we are 192 meters away.
Australia did this run in one jibe. They called the ley line from the farthest possible distance away, and they nailed it. They're just going to cruise right through the finish line without jibing. What a way to handle the light air. Impressive.
That's a daring move to go out that far and to be able to do it. Now let's see what happens here as as these two teams get closer and closer. But it looks like the lead right now for the Australian boat is 68 meters, 64 meters. So right now with 90 meters to go. But don't take Portugal out, as we've seen Portugal come back out of nowhere. There are only a couple meters left, and Portugal is still there, but it looks to me right now like it's going to be Australia crossing the line first. So here we go, Australia getting the win right there. Very good job on Team Australia, staying nice and calm, putting 4 points up onto the leaderboard. So a very good start for Team Australia in their first race here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals series. As Portugal finish in second place. This is their first race as well here in the quarterfinals, but
we have a
total. They've already done. This is the 13th race.
The battle for third is going to be interesting between Brazil and New Zealand.
There it is. Look at that right there. So Brazil came into the last round. Boy. So this is the first race for Team New Zealand, and this is the 5th race for the Brazilians because they passed on from the last round to this one.
Brazil wants to cross without jibing if they can soak down. If they jibe, they'll foul New Zealand on port starboard. Oh, they've got him. Look at this. They're soaking down in front of New Zealand.
Managed to roll over New Zealand.
So now they could jibe without fouling New Zealand if they need to. But it looks like they have a straight line. It looks like they can go
straight down.
Yeah.
So they're pretty much aiming for the pin right there and keeping their speed up. And so there we go. Brazil coming into 3rd place, putting 2 points up onto the leaderboard. As New Zealand follows close by and finishes in 4th. There it is. There are your winners, Team Australia. They look very happy. Right there, you see quite a few smiles. This is first day of racing at the quarterfinals, and this is the 3rd race that we've seen today. As we see there, all the little bit motorboats and action going on as new teams will now be arriving onto the boats. But not before the shore crew has checked everything out. And it looks like, oh, I heard 2 horn, and that was probably AP, and I'm seeing a little flag go up there on race committee. I bet you that was the AP flag.
Well,
so,
if we're going to have light air, this is a boat to race. These boats are incredibly fast in light air. It's really cool
they
to
are,
watch them.
and just like Tim was saying, they can actually manage to pick up the speed really quickly. And we saw that as well here in this race. As soon as they get just the slightest breeze, as we're sort of looking, if we look off to the right over there, we could see perhaps a little bit of breeze. Anyhow, race results, there you go. 49 minutes of racing for this one. And Australia brings home 4 points. Portugal 3, Brazil 2, New Zealand 1. So that is the first race here for fleet number 3. And as we go on to the water with Raquel, and she is with one of the winners.
I am with the tactician, the poor guy that on board today had to make the choices. So, hardest race so far in the SSL Gold Cup Finals.
Yeah, it felt pretty difficult out there actually, so yeah, I'm glad you say that.
Yes, but what were you seeing? I mean, how did you base your decision-making process?
Well, it was really difficult just with jumping straight onto the boat and having really no idea what the angles were or anything like that, so it was a real guessing game. And we did make a bit of a mess of the first upwind after a pretty nice start. But then we just got a little bit lucky on the first downwind. We found a little bit of pressure and did a nice job just positioning the boat on the downwind to sort of get back into the race. And then, yeah, from there we did a decent second upwind and then a nice final run. You know, it just kind of things folded in our favour.
Well, yes, you looked a little bit off phase in that first beat, but then, well, it's more important to be in phase in the last downwind, right? And so it's 4 points for you. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's great for us, and hopefully we can just keep improving and learn a little bit more about the boats and the angles, and hopefully things will get a bit easier.
Well, good on you. Great day for you guys. And, well, we're back to you guys because I think things are getting ready for the last race of the day, if we can get one, because it's looking very hard.
Hey, Raquel, was that the AP flag on race committee that went up just a moment ago?
Let me check where the committee boat is. I don't see it from here. Oh, no, there's no AP flag up. No.
Ah, perfect.
No,
okay.
I confirm it's not AP flag up.
All right, great. Well, that's good news right there, which means that we will be back racing very, very soon, hopefully, as soon as we make those changes on the teams. So that was race number 2. Very interesting. A lot of lead changes on that one. Robert?
Yeah. To hear Keith Swinton say that he didn't know what the angles were or anything, and then he jibed on ley line from as far away as you could be to win the last run. It's not bad. Let's see how good he gets when he starts to figure it out.
Anyhow, guys, great. We are going to take a small break. Robert Hopkins, thank you very much for coming in and commentating once again. Obviously, you're welcome to come back anytime you want.
Well, I'll be back in the next race.
Oh, really?
As far as I know,
that's
unless we
perfect.
get pulled off by the producer. But,
well, we'll see what happens. You never know. Anyway, that was really interesting. Thanks a lot for all that information about the weather.
Yeah.
And it really makes it very interesting. Anyhow, we are going to take a break here. We are going to watch the highlights of this race, and then we will be right back for the last race of the day. So stick around. Don't go anywhere.
gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane. Living the moment till I die. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who is the best young sailor? I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian. And now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There's so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
name is Fredrik Orell, and I do the pit on the boat. The pitman is the coordinator of all the ropes.
The tactician, the skipper, all those guys tell us where they're going, and we're going to make it happen. And without us, that doesn't happen. So you could say we're the most important part of the boat, especially me and the bowman. We make things happen, and the tacticians just wish it.
What I do is I work together with the bowman to make sure everything, all the sails come up and down smoothly, and I also trim the runners. It's a bit of a piano play with all the jammers and halyards and runners and tack lines and stuff, but pretty busy.
So here in the pit, it's where all the halyards and some other ropes that control the going up and down of the sails finish. So I have clutches where I can open so the ropes can run out, and I can close so that they are locked. With these two winches, I also control some of the halyards and stuff, but mostly the runners, the rope pulling the mast back. So these are these grey boys. And this gate's quite heavy because we have to pull the mast back against the wind.
How much would someone have to pay you to eat a live spider? Depends if it's poisonous.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And if it's hairy.
Yeah.
Oh, quite a lot for a big hairy one, but a small one maybe. I don't know.
How much for a small one? I'd do it for 200 quid a small one.
200 quid?
Yeah.
€10?
Yeah, I was thinking €10. A wee one.
Yeah. It's protein.
Do you know there's a restaurant I went to in London which is the only meat on the menu is insects.
Bugs.
Yeah. And they're like, this is the future of eating. Is you don't eat red meat or cows or whatever, you eat a bug.
Right, so we're going to be paying to eat spiders in a few years' time.
Yeah. Might get that crunch and salty crunch of a spider's leg down your neck. Dinosaurs or dragons, which one would you wish existed now?
I think there's plenty of dinosaurs around right now, but hopefully we aren't some of them.
I thought you were going to say, and therefore dragons. I want to see a fire-breathing dragon. I'd say a dragon.
What is your best memory as a sailor? Ian?
Mine is probably my first match racing world championship.
Nice.
How come?
It's quite a long time ago, so it's quite hard to remember it, I have to admit. But yeah, it's I guess it's about achieving a goal, isn't it, that you set yourself for a long time and worked hard to try and achieve.
What is the most interesting thing for you in the SSL Gold Cup event?
Probably the most interesting is the people involved. Great sailors out on the race course. And
yeah, huge variety of nations and teams and sailors from different backgrounds. It's good to mix.
Do you think penguins have knees?
Aaron, this is your one, because you look like a penguin expert.
I mean, you'd think they would under the little tuxedo, right? They kind of walk like they don't have knees.
I think I'm going with no on that one.
No? Team choice? No?
Yeah, no.
No
knees.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floaters, so I just basically help everywhere that is in need.
I think as a floater it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs. Yeah, they seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for that.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You want to...
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have two wheels, one on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
Open the box in the corner, take it and go back to the bench. That's the London Olympic gold medal. It reminds me a lot of the memory back in 2012 when I won this gold in Olympics. This gold medal was the first ever in Asia and nowadays still the only sailing dinghy gold medal in Asia. I think I not only made a history for my country but also made the whole Asia proud. And then I remember a lot of people cheering for me on the medal race area. I realized several generations of Chinese sailors dream Now, the real medal is in China Maritime Museum. So if you ever travel to China, to Shanghai, pay a visit to the China Maritime Museum, and you'll see a lot of exhibits that I donated, and hopefully to showcase a bit of my experience and story in order to inspire more people to join the sailing family.
My name is Jacob Wilson and I'm the mid-bow on SSL Teams Sweden. Mostly I'm an extra hand on the upwinds. I'm helping the pitman a lot and the bowman. On the downwinds I'm helping the grinder, giving him an extra hand and moving my body weight around and giving a hand where it's needed.
I give back and forward information so that everyone on the boat knows that you have to be ready all the time to help.
As a mid-bow, I think the hard part is you have to understand what's gonna be the next move, so you're at the right spot at the right time.
It's like the old position in football called libero, because you have to change position and do different things and give a helping hand if there's need a man.
How does it feel to get gold medal at the Olympics? Well, it's like climbing the top of a big mountain. It's the goal of every athlete. You know, the ultimate goal for every athlete is a gold medal at the Olympic Games. But getting a medal for sure is a great feeling. You feel great, you feel on top of the world. But I think the process of getting the gold medal and the improvement and what you have to go through is what enriches you more than the gold medal itself. Is it stressful to be the captain of the SSL Team Brazil? Yeah, kind of, because we're sailing with a group of very good sailors. I mean, a lot of champions in the boats. You feel kind of the responsibility to be, you know, to raise your bar and to sail the best every time you jump on that boat and sail with those guys. So it puts a little bit of pressure. The more you sail with the team and the more time you spend feeling that stress, the more used to it.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course, you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillar stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
Which music are you listening all the time right now?
I'm listening to Jamie T's new album. Top of my list on Spotify at the moment. Jamie T. Number 1 album in the UK at the moment. Who's Jamie T? I've not heard of Jamie T. You haven't heard of Jamie T? No.
I've got a lot of Dead Mouse and electronic dance music because I was in Ibiza last week.
Yeah, really? Oh, that's epic. That's epic. I've been listening to a lot of Coldplay recently, but not the dreary, boring ones, like the bangers, you know.
Yes, euphoric.
Yeah. You were in Ibiza last week, were you?
Mm. Do you think that your team could win SSL Gold Cup? Could win SSL Gold Cup? Or will?
Oof.
Of course we could.
Yeah.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good and made okay out of the start. Just had some two boat handling issues.
Which never happened before?
But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the strongest sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our strongest sides, I would say.
Agreed,
yeah. Where is the end of the world? There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world.
from the Vienna
The good
side.
thing is we're 2 against 1. So
Yeah. The west side of Austria.
Ciao. Bye.
My name is Jordan van Rooyen. I'm the bowman on the Dutch team. What the position bowman means is that you're to be the only one on the foredeck of the boat. So the foredeck starts from the mast going forward. Everything that happens on the foredeck, dropping sails and hoisting sails, gets done by the bowman.
You know, every role on the boat's pretty important, but if you mess this up, you look like a bloody fool. No one wants to trill the kite through the water and slow down. You do it well, it makes our team look good.
The spinnaker is the biggest sail on the boat, and it needs to come down in within 5 seconds time. If something goes wrong, the spinnaker can get in the water, and it can be that the whole blame of the boat comes on you.
If we want to communicate how far we are from the start line, basically we use the fingers to show how far back we are from the line. 1 boat length, 2 boat lengths, 1.5, and then we use basic signal to say hold, go, bow down, bow up, just pointing. I think the bowman is like being the goalkeeper because it's a key position and all the team is supporting the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper needs to support the team as well.
Music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? It depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Sand in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the 2nd trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the Star Sailors League Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have 1 jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role in the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
Bring it, we are waiting.
Hey guys, just come and we are waiting for you.
Let's have fun.
Don't forget to bring some wind.
Looking forward to meeting you. Ciao.
See you soon, guys.
We are waiting for you in the next round, and we're getting stronger.
We are waiting you.
See you guys in the next round.
Ooh, that's you again.
You again?
Yeah, it's your favorite song. Your favorite song. No, we're not singers.
We're not singers.
I think we need Ivan for that. Yeah. We'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine. Like.
Yeah, it's all about, in the grinder it's all about eating.
Fitness.
Okay, yeah, more eating.
What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course.
Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house. Do you give your girlfriend tulips?
Always.
Always tulips?
Yeah. Romantic man, aren't you? Eh?
Yeah, no, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
My name is Mattias Ram and I'm the tactician at SSL Teams Sweden. As a tactician, I'm kind of have the overview of the race course and setting up where we want the boat to sail. So with my instruments and looking at the breeze and the other opponents, giving my team the advice where to sail on the race course.
My name is Joca Signorini. I'm from Brazil and I'm a tactician. Tactics is a big part of our sport in sailing. We play a lot, trying to always position ourselves in a good spot related to the other boats.
My name is Matthew Belcher. I'm the strategist tactician for Team Australia. I guess my part is I'll caddy for the main sheet. I'll have a look at the Vang, the Cunningham and some of the controls just on the centerpiece here. You know, downwind, I'm easing on the spinnaker and, you know, just trying to do drop lines and just really help support the guys that are doing the main grinding. I'm pretty light, pretty small, not a great grinder and, you know, and I'm just tailing a lot of sheets but also trying to get my head out of the boat and, you know, make sure we're in the right position.
As a tactician, you are kind of a football coach or a co-driver in a car.
The most important skill is just to remain calm, you know, and just try and be in advance and put your boat in the right position and just try and predict what your competitors are going to do.
Communication is very important on this role as well. And as I said before, it's a full teamwork and we achieve things together.
The best young sailor. I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian, and now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There are so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
My name is Fredrik Orell and I do the pit on the boat. The pitman is the coordinator of all the ropes.
The tactician, the skipper, all those guys tell us where they're going and we're going to make it happen. And without us, that doesn't happen. So you could say we're the most important part of the boat, especially me and the bowman. We make things happen and the tacticians just wish it.
What I do is I work together with the bowman to make sure everything, all the sails come up and down smoothly, and I also trim the runners. It's a bit of a piano play with all the jammers and halyards and runners and pack lines and stuff, but pretty busy.
So here in the pit, it's where all the halyards and some other ropes that control the going up and down of the sails finish. So I have clutches where I can open so the ropes can run out, and I can close so that they are locked. With these two winches, I also control some of the halyards and stuff, but mostly the runners, the rope pulling the mast back. So these are these grey boys. And this gate's quite heavy because we have to pull the mast back against the wind.
How much would someone have to pay you to eat a live spider? Depends if it's poisonous.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And if it's hairy.
Yeah.
Well, quite a lot for a big hairy one, but a small one maybe. I don't know.
How much for a small one? I'd do it for 200 quid a small one.
200 quid?
Yeah.
€10?
Yeah, I was thinking 10 euros. A wee one. Yeah.
It's protein.
Do you know there's a restaurant I went to in London which is the only meat on the menu is insects.
Bugs.
Yeah. And they're like, this is the future of eating. Is you don't eat red meat or cows or whatever, you eat a bug.
Right, so we're going to be paying to eat spiders in a few years' time.
Yeah. Might get that crunch and salty crunch of a spider's leg down your neck. Dinosaurs or dragons, which one would you wish existed now?
I think there's plenty of dinosaurs around right now, but hopefully we aren't some of them.
I thought you were going to say, and therefore dragons. I want to see a fire-breathing dragon. I'd say a dragon.
What is your best memory as a sailor? Ian?
Mine is probably my first match racing world championship.
Nice.
How come?
It's quite a long time ago, so it's quite hard to remember it, I have to admit. But yeah, it's I guess it's about achieving a goal, isn't it, that you set yourself for a long time and worked hard to try and achieve.
What is the most interesting thing for you in the SSL Gold Cup event?
Probably the most interesting is the people involved. Great sailors out on the race course. And
yeah, huge variety of nations and teams and sailors from different backgrounds. It's good to mix.
Do you think penguins have knees?
Aaron, this is your one, because you look like a penguin expert.
I mean, you'd think they would under the little tuxedo, right? They kind of walk like they don't have knees.
I think I'm going with no on that one.
No? Team choice? No?
Yeah, no. I'm
No.
gonna
No
go
knees.
no.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that is in need.
I think as a floater, it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start, I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds, or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds, it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard, and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs? They seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for that.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You wanna?
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have two wheels, one on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
Open the box in the corner, take it and go back to the bench. That's the London Olympic gold medal. It reminds me a lot of the memory back in 2012 when I won this gold in Olympics. This gold medal was the first ever in Asia and nowadays still the only sailing dinghy gold medal in Asia. I think I not only made a history for my country but also made the whole Asia proud. And then I remember a lot of people cheering for me on the medal race area. I realized several generations of Chinese sailors dream Now, the real medal is in China Maritime Museum. So if you ever travel to China, to Shanghai, pay a visit to the China Maritime Museum, and you'll see a lot of exhibits that I donated, and hopefully to showcase a bit of my experience and story in order to inspire more people to join the sailing family.
My name is Jacob Wilson and I'm the mid-bow on SSL Teams Sweden. Mostly I'm an extra hand on the upwinds. I'm helping the pitman a lot and the bowman. On the downwinds I'm helping the grinder, giving him an extra hand and moving my body weight around and giving a hand where it's needed.
I give back and forward information so that everyone on the boat knows that you have to be ready all the time to help.
As a mid-bow, I think the hard part is you have to understand what's gonna be the next move, so you're at the right spot at the right time.
It's like the old position in football called libero, because you have to change position and do different things and give a helping hand if there's need a man.
How does it feel to get gold medal at the Olympics? Well, it's like climbing the top of a big mountain. It's the goal of every athlete. You know, the ultimate goal for every athlete is a gold medal at the Olympic Games. But getting a medal for sure is a great feeling. You feel great, you feel on top of the world. But I think the process of getting the gold medal and the improvement and what you have to go through is what enriches you more than the gold medal itself. Is it stressful to be the captain of the SSL Team Brazil? Yeah, kind of, because we're sailing with a group of very good sailors. I mean, a lot of champions in the boats. You feel kind of the responsibility to be, you know, to raise your bar and to sail the best every time you jump on that boat and sail with those guys. So it puts a little bit of pressure. The more you sail with the team and the more time you spend feeling that stress, the more used to it.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course, you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right stream call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race, you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails because the sails are so heavy.
Which music are you listening all the time right now?
I'm listening to Jamie T's new album. Top of my list on Spotify at the moment. Jamie T. Number one album in the UK at the moment.
Who's Jamie T? I've not heard of Jamie T.
You haven't heard of Jamie T?
No.
I've got a lot of Dead Mouse and electronic dance music because I was in Ibiza last week.
Yeah, really? Oh, that's epic. That's epic. I've been listening to a lot of Coldplay recently, but not the dreary, boring ones, like the bangers, you know.
Yes, euphoric.
Yeah. You were in Ibiza last week, were you?
Mm. Do you think that your team could win SSL Gold Cup? Could win SSL Gold Cup? Or will?
Oof.
Of course we could.
Yeah.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good and we made okay out of the start. Just had some two boat handling issues.
Which never happened before?
But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the stronger sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our stronger sides, I would say.
Agreed, yeah.
Where is the end of the world?
There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world.
from the Vienna
The
side.
good thing is we're 2 against 1. So
Yeah.
The west side of Austria.
Ciao. Bye.
My name is Jordan van Rooyen. I'm the bowman on the Dutch team. What the position bowman means is that you're to be the only one on the foredeck of the boat. So the foredeck starts from the mast going forward. Everything that happens on the foredeck, dropping sails and hoisting sails, gets done by the bowman.
You know, every role on the boat's pretty important, but if you mess this up, you look like a bloody fool. No one wants to trill the kite through the water and slow down. You do it well, it makes our team look good.
The spinnaker is the biggest sail on the boat, and it needs to come down in within 5 seconds time. If something goes wrong, the spinnaker can get in the water, and it can be that the whole blame of the boat comes on you.
If we want to communicate how far we are from the start line, basically we use the fingers to show how far back we are from the line. 1 boat length, 2 boat lengths, 1.5, and then we use basic signals to say hold, go, bow down, bow up, just pointing. I think the bowman is like being the goalkeeper because it's a key position and all the team is supporting the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper needs to support the team as well.
Music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo.
Trumpet.
Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? It depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the 2nd trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the Star Sailors League Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting. And if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
Bring it, we are waiting.
Hey guys, just come and we are waiting for you.
Let's have fun.
Don't forget to bring some wind.
Looking forward to meeting you. Ciao.
See you soon, guys. We are waiting for you in the next round, and we're getting stronger.
We are waiting you.
See you guys in the next round.
Ooh, that's you again. You again?
Yeah, it's your favorite song.
Your favorite song. No, we're not singers.
We're not singers.
I think we need Ivan for that.
Yeah.
We'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine. Like
yeah, it's all about, in the grinder, it's all about eating.
Fitness.
Okay.
Yeah, more eating.
What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course. Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house.
Do you give your girlfriend tulips?
Always.
Always
tulips?
Yeah. Romantic man, aren't you? Eh?
Yeah, no, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
My name is Mattias Ram and I'm the tactician at SSL Team Sweden. As a tactician, I'm kind of have the overview of the race course and setting up where we want the boat to sail. So with my instruments and looking at the breeze and the other opponents, giving my team the advice where to sail on the race course.
My name is Joca Signorini. I'm from Brazil and I'm a tactician. Tactics is a big part of our sport in sailing. We play a lot, trying to always position ourselves in a good spot related to the other boats.
My name's Matthew Belcher. I'm the strategist tactician for Team Australia. I guess my part is I'll caddy for the main sheet. I'll have a look at the Vang, the Cunningham and some of the controls just on the centerpiece here. You know, downwind, I'm easing on the spinnaker and, you know, just trying to do drop lines and just really help support the guys that are doing the main grinding. I'm pretty light, pretty small, not a great grinder and, you know, and I'm just tailing a lot of sheets but also trying to get my head out of the boat and, you know, make sure we're in the right position.
As a tactician, you are kind of a football coach or a co-driver in a car.
The most important skill is just to remain calm, you know, and just try and be in advance and put your boat in the right position and just try and predict what your competitors are going to do.
Communication is very important on this role as well. And as I said before, it's a full teamwork and we achieve things together.
The best young sailor. I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian, and now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There are so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
My name is Fredrik Orell and I do the pit on the boat.
The pitman is the coordinator of all the ropes.
The tactician, the skipper, all those guys tell us where they're going and we're going to make it happen. And without us, that doesn't happen. So you could say we're the most important part of the boat, especially me and the bowman. We make things happen and the tacticians just wish it.
What I do is I work together with the bowman to make sure everything, all the sails come up and down smoothly, and I also trim the runners. It's a bit of a piano play with all the jammers and halyards and runners and tack lines and stuff, but pretty busy.
So here in the pit, it's where all the halyards and some other ropes that control the going up and down of the sails finish. So I have clutches where I can open so the ropes can run out, and I can close so that they are locked. With these two winches, I also control some of the halyards and stuff, but mostly the runners, the rope pulling the mast back. So these are these grey boys. And this gate's quite heavy because we have to pull the mast back against the wind.
How much would someone have to pay you to eat a live spider? Depends if it's poisonous.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And if it's hairy.
Yeah.
Well, quite a lot for a big hairy one, but a small one maybe. I don't know.
How much for a small one? I'd do it for 200 quid a small one.
200 quid?
Yeah.
€10?
Yeah, I was thinking €10. A wee one.
Yeah. It's protein.
Do you know there's a restaurant I went to in London which is the only meat on the menu is insects.
Bugs.
Yeah. They're like, this is the future of eating. Is you don't eat red meat or cows or whatever, you eat a bug.
Right, so we're going to be paying to eat spiders in a few years' time.
Yeah. Might get that crunch and salty crunch of a spider's leg down your neck. Dinosaurs or dragons, which one would you wish existed now?
I think there's plenty of dinosaurs around right now, but hopefully we aren't some of them.
I thought you were going to say, and therefore dragons. I want to see a fire-breathing dragon. I'd say a dragon.
What is your best memory as a sailor? Ian?
Mine is probably my first match racing world championship.
Nice.
How come?
It's quite a long time ago, so it's quite hard to remember it, I have to admit. But yeah, it's I guess it's about achieving a goal, isn't it, that you set yourself for a long time and worked hard to try and achieve.
What is the most interesting thing for you in the SSL Gold Cup event?
Probably the most interesting is the people involved. Great sailors out on the race course. And
yeah, huge variety of nations and teams and sailors from different backgrounds. It's good to mix.
Do you think penguins have knees?
Aaron, this is your one, because you look like a penguin expert.
I mean, you'd think they would under the little tuxedo, right? They kind of walk like they don't have knees.
I think I'm going with no on that one.
No? Team choice? No?
Yeah, no. I'm
No.
gonna
No
go
knees.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that is in need.
I think as a floater it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start, I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds, or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds, it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard, and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs? Yeah, they seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for that.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot
surely.
Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You want to...
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have two wheels, one on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
Open the box in the corner, take it and go back to the bench. That's the London Olympic gold medal. It reminds me a lot of the memory back in 2012 when I won this gold in Olympics. This gold medal was the first ever in Asia and nowadays still the only sailing dinghy gold medal in Asia. I think I not only made a history for my country but also made the whole Asia proud. And then I remember a lot of people cheering for me on the medal race area. I realized several generations of Chinese sailors dream Now, the real medal is in China Maritime Museum. So if you ever travel to China, to Shanghai, pay a visit to the China Maritime Museum, and you'll see a lot of exhibits that I donated, and hopefully to showcase a bit of my experience and story in order to inspire more people to join the sailing family.
My name is Jacob Wilson and I'm the mid-bow on SSL Teams Sweden. Mostly I'm an extra hand on the upwinds. I'm helping the pitman a lot and the bowman. On the downwinds I'm helping the grinder, giving him an extra hand and moving my body weight around and giving a hand where it's needed.
I give back and forward information so that everyone on the boat knows that you have to be ready all the time to help.
As a mid-bow, I think the hard part is you have to understand what's gonna be the next move, so you're at the right spot at the right time.
It's like the old position in football called libero, because you have to change position and do different things and give a helping hand if there's need a man.
How does it feel to get gold medal at the Olympics? Well, it's like climbing the top of a big mountain. It's the goal of every athlete. You know, the ultimate goal for every athlete is a gold medal at the Olympic Games. But getting a medal for sure is a great feeling. You feel great, you feel on top of the world. But I think the process of getting the gold medal and the improvement and what you have to go through is what enriches you more than the gold medal itself. Is it stressful to be the captain of the SSL Team Brazil? Yeah, kind of, because we're sailing with a group of very good sailors. I mean, a lot of champions in the boats. You feel kind of the responsibility to be, you know, to raise your bar and to sail the best every time you jump on that boat and sail with those guys. So it puts a little bit of pressure. The more you sail with the team and the more time you spend feeling that stress, the more used to it.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you're working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
Which music are you listening all the time right now?
I'm listening to Jamie T's new album. Top of my list on Spotify at the moment.
Jamie T.
#1 album in the UK at the moment.
Who's Jamie T? I've not heard of Jamie T.
You haven't heard of Jamie T?
No.
I've got a lot of Deadmau5 and electronic dance music because I was in Ibiza last week.
Yeah, really? That's epic. That's epic. I've been listening to a lot of Coldplay recently, but not the dreary, boring ones, like the bangers, you know.
Yeah, euphoric.
Yeah. You were in Ibiza last week, were you?
Mm. Do you think that your team could win SSL Gold Cup? Could win SSL Gold Cup? Or will?
Oof.
Of course we could.
Yeah.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good, and we made okay out of the start. Just had some two boat handling issues.
Which never happened before?
But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it, and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the strongest sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our strongest sides, I would say.
Agreed, yeah.
Where is the end of the world? There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world.
From the Vienna
the
side.
good thing is we're 2 against 1, so
yeah. The west west side of Austria.
Ciao!
My name is Jordan van Rooyen. I'm the bowman on the Dutch team. What the position bowman means is that you're to be the only one on the foredeck of the boat. So the foredeck starts from the mast going forward. Everything that happens on the foredeck, dropping sails and hoisting sails, gets done by the bowman.
You know, every role on the boat's pretty important, but if you mess this up, you look like a bloody fool. No one wants to trill the kite through the water and slow down. You do it well, it makes our team look good.
The spinnaker is the biggest sail on the boat, and it needs to come down in within 5 seconds time. If something goes wrong, the spinnaker can get in the water, and it can be that the whole blame of the boat comes on you.
If we want to communicate how far we are from the start line, basically we use the fingers to show how far back we are from the line. 1 boat length, 2 boat lengths, 1.5, and then we use basic signal to say hold, go, bow down, bow up, just pointing. I think the bowman is like being the goalkeeper because it's a key position and all the team is supporting the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper needs to support the team as well.
Music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? It depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the 2nd trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails under right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the Star Sailors League Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting. And if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
Bring it, we are waiting.
Hey guys, just come and we are waiting for you.
Let's have fun.
Don't forget to bring some wind.
Looking forward to meeting you. Ciao.
See you soon, guys.
We are waiting for you in the next round, and we're getting stronger.
We are waiting you.
See you guys in the next round.
Oh, that's you again.
You again?
Yeah, it's your favorite song. Your favorite song. No, we're not singers.
We're not singers.
I think we need Ivan for that. Yeah. We'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine. Like.
Yeah, it's all about, in the grinder, it's all about eating.
Fitness.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, more eating.
What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course.
Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house. Do you give your girlfriend tulips? Always.
Always
tulips? Yeah. Romantic man, aren't you? Eh? Yeah, no, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
-10, 9, 8, we have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the last race of the day. We've had to keep you waiting just for a little bit here as the wind was not really cooperating. It seems as though now we do have a little bit of wind, and we are going to try to get this race underway. So it'll be the first race for fleet number 4, as I am joined here again with Robert Hopkins. Robert, thank you for coming in and being with me for this race number 4.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. So let's take a look here at the teams that are going to be racing out there today. So Team Switzerland, the Helvetic Lakers, SSL ranked number 12, weighing in at 723 kilos. And to the right, and the captain of that team is Eric Monau. To the right of them is the Team Lithuania, powered by Skandagra. And this is they are SSL ranked number 37, weighing in at 721 kilos, a captain of the team, Rakas Milevicius. Bottom left is Team Italy. This is a new team that has just gotten here to the quarterfinals. They call themselves the Gladiators, SSL ranked number 3. Team weight 725 kilos. The captain of the team is Vasco Vascoto. And to the right is Team Spain. They are also new to this quarterfinals. La Armada, SSL ranked number 5, weighing in at 728 kilos. Captain of the team, Luis Doreste. Now, let's take a look at the team national anthems.
municipio se cita la testa dove la vittoria ricorda di Roma, Dio la creò. Fratelli d'Italia, Italia se resta, nell'elmo di Scipio se cinca la testa, dov'è la vittoria che porta il Dio, che schiava di Roma, Dio la creò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Sì!
And it looks as though we will be having a racing perhaps coming up, as we've been told that the orange flag is about to be hoisted. As we see the race committee there, we have a couple people standing up, so they're probably about to hoist that orange flag up. As we have been waiting, there it is. So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, lets us know that we have 10 minutes before racing, and which is very good news. So let's take a look at the team lineup as we take a look here at Switzerland here, as the captain of the team is Eric Monin. He has a gold medal at the World Championships in the Plateau 25, and he is also match race in the he has won the European Championships in match racing. Another gold medal at the match racing European Championships is his brother Marc Monin, who is the bowman. And another good match racer on this boat right here is Simon Brugger, who is the trimmer, has the number 5 jersey on there. As we move through to the next team, Team Lithuania, we have a World Championship gold medal and an Olympic participation on this team for Raimondas Šugdinis, as well as a bronze medal in the World Championship for the trimmer Claudio Kiluchinaskas. And then, of course, we cannot forget the tactician and captain of the team, Rokas Milevicius. As we move on to our next team, this is a brand new team coming in here as they have just arrived yesterday, and we have the tactician for this team, which is also the captain of the team, Vasco Vascotto. He has won, yes, ladies and gentlemen, 27 World Championships. And everyone on this boat has either been a world champion or has in some other way or manner influenced the world of sailing. As perhaps we have the trimmer, for example, Stefano Chiampalini, who is a world champion in the M32. We have Michele Rivaldi, who has won the Louis Vuitton Cup in 2000 with Prada and won the World Championship match racing. He's won in TP52, in the Swan 50, in the Maxi 72, and of course in the RC44 class. We have Alberto Bolzan, who is on the mainsail, who is 9 times world champion. He's participated twice in the Volvo Ocean Race. We have, as a bowman, Matteo Aguardo, and he is a 7-time world champion in the Mini Maxi. He's got a world championship in the TP52, and he is also a world champion in the RC44 class. But no, that's not it. We have that's not all. Emmanuel Marino. He has 2 finals at the Louis Vuitton Cup with Luna Rossa. He has a world championship experience in 2008 in the Momo. He was 3rd at the World Championship with Artemis Racing. The trimmer Federico Michetti has won 14 World Championships. And mid-bow, we have Andrea Totis, who has won the European Championships in the 470. So, Italy coming in now with a huge roster right there of extremely good sailors. And the next team that we have that we'll be seeing, the final team that we'll be seeing, is Team Spain. And they have equally as much information or unbelievable roster for them. The captain of the team, Luis Dorset, has a gold medal in the 470 class in the Olympics in Los Angeles, has a gold medal also in Barcelona. Pedro Mas, he won the World Championships in the GP52 and the Maxi Elias Aret. It's a team has won the team racing for 420 championships world, was 2nd as well in the 420 worlds. Ravi Plaza has a world championship title in the 49er class and TP52. Nico Rodriguez has a bronze medal at the 470 Tokyo Olympics, 2nd at the Worlds in the 470 class, and also has a European, has won the European Championships. As main trimmer, we have Nano Negrin, who is 2 times world champion in the Swan 45 class. Pitman Alex Muscat, he was 4th at the European Championships in the Finn and won the Congressional Cup. Alfredo Gonzalez is 7-time sailing world champion in several different classes. Roberto Bermudez won the Volvo Ocean Race once and was 2nd another time. And Silvia Mas she was 1st and 2nd in the World Championships for the 470 class. And we have Pau Schilt, who is Europe class world champion. So that's a lot of medals on those boats. And with everything that I've just read right now, we have only 3 minutes and 50 seconds left before we go racing. So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the live image that we have from our drone on the starting line. So you see it is light weather, but it looks as though we will be able to get racing on, which is a very good thing, as we have 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Perhaps we could show you the race course as we get closer and closer to racing. Here it is. We will be taking the start, obviously, tacking towards windward, going to the Mark 1, and then beam reach to the offset mark, back down through the gates. And this is where we'll find out if the course is shortened or lengthened as we go back up towards the windward Mark 3. So let's take a look at the boats right here. Robert, these wind conditions, we've been talking about it quite a bit as we were on a break. And what do you think about these race conditions, these wind conditions that we're having today? It's kind of particular, as we've seen wind from the north, wind from the south, but today is
from the east. Yep, trying another direction. The wind is basically similar to when we last saw some racing an hour ago, but it shifted 20 degrees to the left from about 70 to 50. That's the only real change here. So they've pivoted the course in the starting line to align with this direction. The wind wave has gone down to nothing. It's quite smooth here. So
quite smooth. We saw the Hungarians in the last race having these being sort of their conditions. Well, there's another team that's out there right now which is kind of used to this lake sailing.
I think you're talking about Switzerland.
That would be right. I am talking about Switzerland. They're used to sailing in light wind conditions. So these are conditions, tricky little conditions that perhaps might see the Swiss being able to pull something that the others cannot.
Maybe
we'll see what happens.
It's a lot bigger lake than what they're used to sailing in.
Of course.
We'll see here.
But remember, we just spent about 5 minutes talking about these guys right here, about all their world championship titles and everything that they've done. So we'll see what happens. We know that for some of the teams it's difficult for them to get going, as sometimes when you have so many hot shots on board, perhaps too many Chiefs and Indians. We'll see about that. We have 40 seconds left to go here. Let's see who can get their timing on, as we've seen all teams struggle so far to be able to go across the line. Let's all look at this as we are hearing the countdown right there from Team Switzerland. Oh, very interesting right there. It seems as though the Italians right now have got a good amount of speed.
All clear.
And I don't see any flags going up in terms of individual recall there on the race committee. And a perfect start for absolutely all the teams right there. Great speed as we see Team Italy. I thought they had the most amount of speed getting onto that line, and it just seems as they do, as they are now in a very low mode and able to get away from everybody else. So Team Lithuania here. We are on with Team Lithuania. It'll be a little bit more of a challenge for them. Team Lithuania has made it from the very beginning.
The Italians. Let's see here. Are they crossing?
They've been here, Lithuania, since the very beginning, as all these teams here that you're seeing have either arrived in the previous round or have arrived in this round. Now, Team Lithuania has won every single one of their races in the last round, breaking all the records, having 20 points. So let's see how they do, as they were the first ones to tack off to the right-hand side.
So probably the lineup here, the interesting one for me is Spain versus Italy. These guys race against each other in every class of boats. They're friends, they're rivals. They've gone through so much together over the last many years of their careers. So they do not intend to lose to the other boat in that pair. Let's see what happens.
We see there at the helms, Roberto Bermudez, otherwise known as Chuni. You know, he won the Volvo Ocean Race. He was once first, once second, but he's done many of them. I think he has 5 Volvos.
That's his race. He's done many of them. And as always, the sucker punch is from Lithuania. They're leading. It's just incredible how that team is outperforming everybody's expectations. This race is just starting. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of snakes and ladders in the last race, but we'll see what happens. Lithuania has surprised absolutely everybody in the last couple races. And right now, Lithuania is out front.
The other three boats are basically tied. A lot of separation between them. It has that end of the afternoon feel to it, the weather, just glassing out. See what happens here. There's not a lot of wind.
There's not a lot of wind. We'll see what happens for these teams as we see Lithuania being able to get out in front. And we have Team Switzerland here, which is used to lake sailing and light conditions and being able to sort of find little patches of sailing. I know that we have a lot of Swiss viewers as I'm getting messages currently from a lot of people. So hello to everyone back home. Thanks for joining us, and stick around because we've got more racing coming up here these next couple days. This is really exciting. We have just the superstars of the sailing world which have arrived here for this quarterfinals. So very, very exciting racing to come. Even though it's light winds, we should be able to see some very interesting situations as we have seen in the previous races today, in all three races.
So we have a convergence here with Lithuania on starboard and off, well, there they are. Spain on port, right there in the foreground on the right. Lithuania crossing. Something.
Very interesting because it does, even though there's not much waves out there, and it really does look as though we have the boats are cruising right now, putting up some good speed. I would even dare to say this is the fastest we've seen them go all day.
Could be, yep.
Oh, there goes that batten. Nice little pump right there from the Lithuanian team. But look at who's in the lead right now. So Italy right now is taking the lead as Lithuania comes back to the center of the race course, perhaps not wanting to take as much risk and play it safe.
Well, so far this has been a right beat. The Spanish are hurting on the left. You can see a little wiggle in their trail where they lost pressure and had to bear away to get going again. Now more happily, they got a couple guys over the rail.
Yeah, and apparently there's a little bit less wind over on the shore side, is what I'm being told. And so therefore we should see more boats go off to the right-hand side. So right now it's looking like we have about 6 knots of wind out on to the race course. The angle is 0.55 and we have a distance of 0.66 nautical miles. So that is the orientation of the race course right now, as we are looking onto the Spanish team, and it looks like they have their boat powered up. They're all sitting on the rail, so good sign. And 700 meters left to go till we get to the windward mark. And this is unbelievable, as we were only, race committee was quite close to calling it.
Yeah.
We didn't know at one point whether we were going to go home or we were going to continue racing. I'm glad they decided to stay out here because this is probably the most pressure we've seen all day. So great conditions right now. Let's look at what happens here. Looks like Lithuania is going below the Italians. So they do not want to be putting in that tack and slowing themselves down. Looks like they want to go off to the right-hand side, as the Swiss are not too far behind, staying in between both of them. And it looks perhaps now that we are going to be seeing Switzerland and Spain coming together. as Lithuania goes off to the right. Here we are on board with the Swiss team as we are listening in to what they're saying. Looks like we're seeing a couple people that are out pulling hard, keeping that boat really flat. Eric Monin right there is that one standing up. He's the captain of the team, saying that he is currently satisfied with what's going on. 300 meters left until we get to the weather mark. Currently, the Italians are leading. Team Lithuania, for the first time in the last 5 races, are not leading. But that may all change as we get up to the weather mark.
Lithuania is probably on ley line. They'd like to just go straight into the mark, but that could be complicated by Italy dumping dirty air on them. This is close.
You can see that Italian lead is just diminishing as the Lithuanian boat is getting closer and closer. Lithuania has the right of way as they're coming here on a port starboard situation with Italy. And Italy doing everything they can right there to get in front of the Lithuanian boat. Right now we see the Lithuanian boat managing to catch up as they're managing to keep their speed, and the Italians need to put some speed back on, but they're only 120 meters, and we can see from right here from the Lithuanian boat, the windward mark just above the winch. So it looks like they are all laying right now, and we are seeing Italy arriving at the weather mark first. Oh, and are they going to start putting up their spinnaker right now here as they go onto the dogleg, or will they wait?
Oh, wait.
No, they're waiting. Yep, they're definitely waiting. So they don't want to get caught out with that bowsprit issue that we've seen so many times before. Here we go as they're going to do a nice gentle bear away. Let's take a look at that. Good bear away right there, and a very good fast hoist as that jib comes down immediately. Wow, look at that number 1, just ripping that jib down, that Genoa down. Team Lithuania just behind. A great set for the Lithuanian team. Wow, impressive to see that number 1 right there being able to take down that Genoa so fast. And, you know, that is Matteo Aguadro. And perhaps I think I know somebody who will be able to get in touch with soon here, who knows him quite well. As we just take a look here at the last 2 boats that are going around the weather mark right now. Here is Team Switzerland getting ready to hoist their asymmetrical spinnaker for the first time. It's already going up. They're eager. They're very eager to get that spinnaker up. And there it goes. Make sure that doesn't touch the mark. What's going on there? So, spinnaker went up quite quickly, but the jib is not coming down as fast as they would like it to on that Swiss boat. Well, perhaps a couple of knots there as we see the pitman struggling to be able to get that halyard So taking a little bit of time on the Swiss boat there to get the jib down. A very good hoist, but taking too much time for that jib to be coming down. Now let's take a look at Spain. And it looks like Spain has put up their spinnaker no problem. Now we don't know about the Genoa, but I could imagine that it was probably clean.
Prenez plus de pression là. On va plonger un poil plus si on a envie.
There you go. You can listen in a little bit to what was going on right there. So Team Switzerland speaking in French.
Ouais, moins de pression. Sans peine pour les deux devant.
And perhaps we have Raquel, which is out on the water. She can come in as Raquel, if you hear me.
I am Jan, and this is great sunset sailing, a sunset regatta, as it came out just for the event, for the occasion, among the clouds. And before the start, we said with other people that it would have been a bit of a lottery, but apparently the committee is gonna lengthen the course because there are 6 knots, well, 5-6 knots on the race course. And I heard Robert talk about the competition between Spain and Italy. Well, I can tell you that there's been a lot of back and forth between the two teams over the past few weeks, and the competition is high. And I mean, the two countries, the two teams are very proud, and they're going to give their best just to beat the other ones. Let's just hope they don't lose each other in that fight within the competition. And have you seen Italy and Lithuania jibed at the same exact time? The first one was Italy, but immediately matched by Lithuania. So I don't have the tracker, so I don't know how close they are, but they are doing exactly the same. They have similar body language on board. They have similar position for the crew, slightly in towards the bow. What else? It's a bit patchier down here at the gate. It was much better up at the top mark. But, the good news is that we're racing, Jan. So I would take it any time.
It's interesting how the winners came out of course right, going upwind, and those winners led everybody to course left, going downwind for some reason. So fascinating right now.
Absolutely have to agree with you, Raquel, that it's great that we are racing and we're actually seeing all the boats. Right now it looks pretty good, and it looks like everybody's got some speed, even managing to put in that low mode, which is something that we haven't really seen today, as boats were struggling to keep some speed up. So great to see a little battle that's going on right now. And we did see Italy as our leaders when they were arriving at the weather mark. And right now, Lithuania is back out in front. They have a 29-meter lead currently. And we'll have to see what's going on. And as we look in the back of the field, it's interesting to see that Switzerland and Spain are not on the same tack, as we see Spain on a starboard tack and Switzerland on a port tack.
Ooh, watch this. Okay, first of all, Lithuania rolled over the top of Italy. That happens a lot. The windward boat in light air gets a puff first and just rolls over. Now Italy is heading up to roll over Lithuania, trying to turn the tables. Lithuania is responding, luffing up a little bit to keep them in their gas. See what happens here. That's quite a fight.
Now what'll be interesting is if now these two, Italy and Lithuania, start fighting with one another, will it give the opportunity for the Spanish boat and the Swiss boat to be able to come back?
That's 200 meters of coming back. I think right now they're fighting for first without thinking much about the other two. Lithuania's handling it well. They came up a little bit to defend, and now they're wearing back down to a lower course. Look at that, boy.
We can see it right there in the drone shot. It's very patchy. If you look off to the back of the boats right there, you can see the patches of wind. So those are those dark spots. And that's where you'll get a little bit more wind. You can see that because the wind is rustling the water a little bit more.
Now, although Italy's in a position where you think they might be able to jump on Lithuania, the problem is they're only going another few boat lengths before they jibe. So Lithuania is jibing as I talk. They feel that they're on ley line. They've defended, and Italy's going to have to follow them in. Simultaneous jibes by the two of them.
It looks like both of them, it's taking time to get that spinnaker nice and full. They're trying to bear away and get to
That's tough.
And get to the gates. Let's look at the Spanish boat at the top left-hand side of your screen. You see the lead of the Spanish boat diminishing as they're managing to keep on coming in. Perhaps they definitely have more speed, and they're managing to bring that down. So here, perhaps, we could see the Spanish boat coming back in. And, as I said earlier, perhaps those two boats trying to fight with one another is going to give an opportunity to one of the back runners to come in. And that was 200 meters, and now is only down to 150 as we're getting closer and closer to the gates here.
Now they got to choose which gate to round, which is another way of saying, do they want to go to the left or the right on the beat?
Now let's take a look at this here. Team Lithuania hoisting up their Genoa and about to drop. Looks like a Kiwi drop for Team Lithuania. Let's see how this goes. They've very often been able to do some very good maneuvers. Oh, that looks tough. No, they forgot to. Oh, that's catastrophical right there. There's very little wind, and they've backed the jib. So that is no good for Team Lithuania. They have to get that jib to the other side. It's a nice, clean drop right there for the Italian team, and catastrophical drop right there for Lithuania as they do not jibe the Genoa over to the other side. So look at that right there. Lithuania not being able to get away. A great move by Italy.
Yeah, the Lithuanian spinnaker fell right down on their main winch where they were trimming in the jibe, and it sucked into the winch, and it just locked it out. They might have torn the spinnaker.
Wow. One of the first times that we've seen Lithuania actually having a bad drop. They've been so good at dropping that boat. So perhaps having to sail with the big dogs now a little bit has gotten the best of, gotten their nerves. As we look now, we're on board with the Spanish team. Now let's see, as this will be a classic drop.
There's a
so the spinnaker is a little bit in the water, but that does not look as though that has changed anything. And Robert has just pointed out, yes, that is a course change, as Raquel had just told us. So that is a Charlie plus red. So that means change of course longer. So for the plus and red to the left-hand side. So the angle now is we've gone from 0.55 to 0.40. That is the new axis. And we have gone from 0.65 nautical miles to 0.75 nautical miles. So 0.1 of a nautical mile longer. Remember, the goal here is to do a 45-minute race. And there they are going back upwind as we see the Italians with some good pressure. Italian boat right there, some great pressure as we see the Lithuanians just behind. I'm not sure if they are hiking as hard as the Italians or if they have as much pressure. Spain right there, look at that. What is Spain doing? So, perhaps Spain thinking a big left-hand shift. Well, let's go onto the water and ask Raquel, as she is apparently right next to them. Raquel, what's going on with that Spanish boat?
Exactly. I am right next to them, and I think they're seeing a bit more pressures on the left, like we are seeing also on this camera boat. So, well, maybe, you know, we've seen teams going, banging the corners hard and gaining some meters. So, I mean, everybody on board the Spanish team know what they're doing, and so they might pull some rabbits out of their heads. But if you want, I would like to tell you a little bit about Team Italy, which I happen to know quite well. And Vasco Vascotto, the tactician, is from Trieste, an area where it's well known for the Bora wind, which is a very strong wind coming from the Balkan and from Russia, from northeast. But that happens only a few times a year. Normally, the area is known for being really light. So sailors coming from that area are known to be good sailors in light breeze. And I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but he's a real magician in light conditions. So same happens for the helmsman, Michele Ivaldi, coming from Ravenna. He's a 470, 2 times runner-up at 470 Worlds with his brother when they were younger. Even Ravenna, being on the Adriatic Sea, just like Trieste, is not one of the windiest places in Italy. So these two guys should know how to deal with light airs. So this is just a bit of info. But at the same time, I mean, the Spanish are Mediterranean sailors, and in winter, the Mediterranean is got similar condition to this one. So then we got the Swiss. We've told already they are lake sailors, and so it's really interesting. It's a nice, nerve-wracking race. The Spanish just ducked to go back into the middle of the course, and well, I don't see the others. They're all on the far right course, or course right, I should say. Right, Robert?
Right. Course right.
Thank you very much, Raquel. We are looking at the 3D model right there as we're seeing exactly Spain coming back in. It looks like Switzerland right there with that sort of a S playing perhaps the shifts. So interesting to watch Spain as they've decided to go off to the left-hand side, and Switzerland to stay more in the center, play the shift. And as you were talking about Italy, Raquel, we were looking on board, and we were seeing Vasco really discussing, talking, and we could see some hand gestures and body language explaining sort of where the pressure was, and it looks as though really a discussion between him and also the skipper. So very interesting here as we were seeing some good dynamics and different sort of actions from the boats. Very interesting, but as now what will be even more interesting is as we are 600 or less than 700 meters away from the windward mark, let's see what happens as the Spanish team here comes back towards the middle of the fleet, and as we see them coming back in towards Italy and Lithuania, seeing if they have managed to gain anything from going so far off to the left-hand side.
So far, not so good. They looked best right after the tack, and they've been sagging and losing bearing ever since, as if they're sailing into light air and or righty. So Vasco seems to have picked the right, going right was the right call.
Ah, very good right there. It's great, as you can see, Vascotto, which is explaining right there. You can really see the body language and the discussion going on onto that boat as to where they want to go. Telling them, yeah, I want to go off to the right-hand side. And as we see them squash the boat right here all together. Very good teamwork, as everybody is really working together on that boat. That was very, very smooth. All those maneuvers are just it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Now you can see Spain is up. If you look at their red trail, it took a 10-degree left hook in the last few seconds. That's better than nothing. I mean, what Spain would like to do, I guess, is win, but failing that, be second would be huge. If they can just clip off a couple of points here, not be last, but be second, that would be amazing.
Oh, look at how light it is over there on the right-hand side with Team Lithuania. Now, we've been saying all day long that sometimes when we see the track of the boats being able to go closer and closer to the wind, it's not necessarily a left-hand shift or a right-hand shift. It's just they're in more pressure. Yep. And perhaps that is exactly what the Spanish team have seen as we see them on the tracker. They have managed to find some pressure and to go up a little bit closer. So look at the distances on the top left-hand side of your screen between the Spanish and the leaders, and especially between the team Lithuania and Switzerland, which are coming back. Look at the Swiss boat having to bear away, really having to do some huge bearaways right there. So the boats that are in the pressure are now able to load up and go higher, and perhaps look at that right now. So Spain has come back and is in third place. As we are on board here with the Italian boat, we'll try to listen in and see what the conversation is all about on the Italian boat.
You saw there that everybody's worried about windage except one guy, Vasco. Vasco's standing up there. He has every right to do that. He wants the best visibility upwind. He wants to see as far as he can. He's not shy about standing up there like a seagull.
There's Italy now, perhaps most likely being able to lay.
Yep. I think
the windward mark.
Taken Switzerland and is about to pass Lithuania, at least on paper. See if they can make that stick.
Yeah, we're seeing that perhaps now Spain is going to be able to get back into second place. Also very interesting as we see that they've had a little bit more pressure definitely on that left-hand side, and we see on the tracker that they are now tacking again. So defending their position.
That's good. I would have consolidated and just been happy with the left, but they're going for first here. This is interesting. Lithuania is splitting for the Spain. They tacked port.
There's the Italian boat right there. We are taking a look at right now. So they have gone into a lighter patch of air right there. As we see the crew a little bit more to leeward, trying to keep a good heel angle on that boat.
That's Spain there to the left, also on starboard under them. Spain's pointing higher, which isn't good news unless it's wind, because when they tack, they'll end up pointing lower. Let's see what happens. I think Spain is tacking.
Spain is tacking right now.
Yeah.
Perhaps they really are playing with that pressure. And let's see what happens as we look at the distance right there between those two boats.
You can see where we thought Vasco was laying when at the end of his blue track. Well, he's not laying. It's interesting. There's been a lefty out there.
So Spain playing their own game right there and trying to go and get the pressure as we see Italy here having to put a double tack in.
Oh, they might. I think they might try to shoot the mark. So? Yeah, they're going to shoot it. Watch this. It's going to bluff carefully around it. They don't want to do 2 tacks.
Just barely making it above that mark. As they do a big bear way right now, a fast hoist. Boy. And now, look at the number 1 here as he takes down the Genoa. The speed at which he takes it down is impressive. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, Italy for the second time in a row, now making it to the windward mark and hoisting their spinnaker for the last time today in order to be able to make it back down to the finishing line. It's taken them 33 minutes and 34 seconds to get back around to that second windward mark. As we look in the back, as we have the Spanish team right here that is coming back in. How interesting is this, Robert? We've been seeing in most of the other fleets the boats that have had more races and more experience be out in front.
Yeah.
And here it's the 2 new teams are out in front.
That's because they all sail the RC44 class here all the time. These guys are really elite. They know each other since they were kids, since they were Opti sailors, and you know, it's like to do a round the world race together. The kind of trust that builds, it's amazing. And now here they're sailing a boat they know very well. So they do not have a deficit, for example, the way the Americans did, who don't see any RC44s on their continent, period.
Now we were talking about it all week. Now the big guns are here. We'll see what happens. Remember, this team right here, Team Lithuania, has won in the last round, won every single one of their races. And this is the first time we're seeing them go around in 3rd place. Now everything could still change. We are only on day 1.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show that Italy and Spain right now have brought out guns blazing and are ready to go into battle as Italy is leading the dance right now.
When you said everything could change, only day 1, I thought you were going to say only leg 4. I mean, this is still open. This race is still open for everybody. Let's see what happens here. Sometimes the wind just caves totally on the last leg. And it really
don't
gets
speak
nervous.
too soon, please, Robert.
Well, that's good for your heartbeat. Let's see what happens.
Is it
here.
really?
That's funny.
Look to the left right there. It looks to me like there perhaps is a little bit more wind on the left-hand side right there. Now, I don't know if that's just the camera playing mind tricks or visual tricks, perhaps.
Yeah. Listen to the Italian.
Oh, and we have Switzerland that has put in a jibe in the back. Look at that. It looks very, very light where the Italians are. It looks as though there's a little bit more pressure right now for the Spanish boat and the Lithuanian boat right there. So we could be seeing those 2 boats catching back up to Italy. Now, obviously, for those of you that are watching this Perhaps not for the first time, but our beginner sailors, well, the wind obviously is coming from behind the boat. And the first ones to be able to touch that wind and be able to use that advantage are going to be the boats in the back. So right now, as we see perhaps a little bit more pressure, or wind as we call it, Lithuania and Spain right here might have a possibility to be able to catch up to the Spanish boat, or perhaps put in a low mode.
Let's listen to whoever's mic'd here. It's Spanish. Spanish are hoping to take pressure and go deep.
So body language, talking and whistling on the Spanish boat in order to express what's going on.
Spanish are going deep here, carrying pressure, hoping to jump the Italians on the job. The Italians were the most talkative boat by far that we've heard in the last 3 weeks.
So that's it right there. They have more pressure. They can go lower and put in that low mode. So they're actually sailing a more direct line to the finishing line, as we see Lithuania being able to put in even more of a low mode. So now important for Italy to jibe and to get into that pressure. There's a great example right there. We're seeing where you can see the puffs of wind on the water.
And now we're hearing the Italian chatter. Let's listen. He has to head up 20 degrees. He likes that line. Basically, the spinnaker trimmer is coaching the helm how to steer, because he feels the pressure in his hand, and the helm is subservient to the trimmer in this light air.
So as soon as the spinnaker trimmer is feeling that pressure, he's telling that to the guy who's steering the boat at the helm, and he is able to bear away and go into that low mode. And as soon as he doesn't feel any more pressure, he tells him, well, I'm not feeling any more pressure.
Exactly.
The boat has to luff back up. So it's really teamwork right there between those two.
The Spanish are eating up the Italian lead big time right now. Look at that, 60 meters behind, half the distance at the windward mark.
As we see here, the crew on the Italian boat trying to put as much weight forward and to leeward as possible. And that lifts the back, you see here, that lifts the back of the boat up on the Italian boat, essentially having less drag. And trying to get that boat to go as fast as possible.
They keep calling Su. They keep needing to head up because the pressure is caving on them. Not good for the Italians. Say, don't bear away. Say, non scendere. Michele looks a little disgusted on the helm. I'd like to see a little better pressure where he's pointing.
Non più basso.
Boy.
So there it is now, the Spanish team taking the lead in front of the Italians, as the Spanish are sailing with more pressure right now. And look who's coming back into the picture. Switzerland was completely out of the picture, and now they're coming back in. Perhaps that is the reason why the Italians are keeping on going off to the course right, as perhaps they are seeing the Swiss in more pressure and want to get into it. Well, look at the Lithuanian and the Spanish boats really being able to put that low mode in.
Yeah, that's pressure.
Seems to me perhaps the Of course, left would be better, but...
Well, we see also Italy has pressure, and I heard them call that. They saw the pressure and were staying a fair away
it
for the
seems
first
as
time.
though Switzerland right there is sailing within the pressure. Italy saw that and is now wanting to go into that pressure. Now let's see what happens here as we go for a jibe. As we are 530 meters away from the finishing line. Boy. As the Spanish just finished putting in their jibe, they were in the pressure before. They managed to catch up to the Italian boat. But right now we've just had another leadership change. It looks like Italy right now has managed to come back as we're only 400 meters away from the finishing line. Sailing in the pressure that Swiss boat was sailing in.
Yep.
Now let's see, what are the Swiss going to do? Will they be able to have enough pressure to catch up perhaps to the Lithuanian boat?
Look at the Italians. Look how deep they are compared to the Spanish in that previous shot. They're pointing 30 degrees lower because of pressure and shift. This is crazy.
Yeah, perhaps we go on to the 3D and we see that very, very well right there.
Wow.
There it is. You see how low the Italians are being able to sail, you guys, because they've got more wind. Look at same thing with Switzerland, as Lithuania and Spain are having to luff to be able to find some speed. Perhaps this is an opportunity for, look, there's only 10 meters in it between the Swiss boat and Lithuania, so perhaps we'll have a little bit of a change for third and fourth. It looks like Italy is just pulling out ahead, 130 meters lead, as we are only 185 meters away from the finishing line. There's the finishing pin. So the buoy to the finishing line. Oh, it's very nervous. It's light wind conditions right here, but snakes and ladders as Italy is still in the lead with only 80 meters. Now 79 is the Spanish. The Spanish have not had to put in a jibe. The Italians now have to get some speed back up in order to cross the finishing line as these boats are coming together. This is going to be very, very close. It looks as though a 70-meter lead right now for the Italians, and good pressure for them, as I do not see the Spanish boat coming into the picture. There it is. Wow. So it's a win for the Italian boat as they go across the finishing line after 45 minutes and 30 seconds. So not too big of a celebration, but they congratulate themselves right there as they managed to come back and catch up to the Spanish boat. There it is, a little family picture right there. And Spain right now coming across the line, so those 80-meter lead turns into a 26 second lead right there for the Spanish boat, for the Italian boat. There is Spain putting in a good second place. That'll be 3 points for Team Spain.
A lot better than last.
And now it is a battle for the last place.
Wow.
As the Swiss boat has some speed. Now we have seen the Swiss boat managing to come back at the very, very last moment. And look at this, as they have a little bit more speed. It looks like it's really a battle right now, as we're looking for the bow to cross, and it looks like Switzerland manages to take third place Oh, by only about 3 meters. That was a close one right there. So, Switzerland managing to come back, as we had seen them do one time last week in order to qualify themselves. And Lithuania, well, this is a first since the beginning of the regatta, a 4th place. So only 1 point for Team Lithuania. They will not be happy about that one, as they have been leading now for so many weeks, always being at the top of the leaderboard. So perhaps for them, you know, you're always saying to yourself, well, we're first, what's going to happen when we lose? So if there was one to lose, perhaps it's the first one. That way they get their motivation back up, and perhaps be able to race a little bit harder here in the upcoming days. So that's it right there. This was the first race for fleet number 4 after 45 minutes and 43 seconds of racing. Italy wins, putting 4 points on the leaderboard. Spain second with 3 points. Switzerland 2 points. Lithuania 1. Congratulations, race committee, for trying to have a race course that lasts 45 minutes. You've done it.
Crazy.
It's unbelievable how they calculate that. So there it is. Those are the race results for race number 1. And well, we are very happy to be able to have had this race right here, as tomorrow is the race day number 2, and we will be starting with this fleet that you've just seen, Fleet 4. So they'll be the first ones out onto the water, and then we'll be seeing the rest of the other 3 fleets coming out onto the water. So that's it from us here with Robert, that has waited with me all this time so that we could show you finally this race here. And thank you very much, Robert. And we will see you guys tomorrow, as we leave you on some of the images that of the highlights of the race that we've just done. And of course, don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram, as well as on our web page, as we have lots of things for you to offer. If you go on to, for example, your team page, you scroll down to the bottom, you can buy the jersey of your team. We have Panini cards. We have the virtual Panini game, as that's just come out. Yeah, go check it out. Everybody around here is doing it, and is flipping through there and trying to get cards. Every day you get different cards, and so that's a new game that's just come out. So anyway, enough from us over here, as it is getting later during the day. We will see you tomorrow. First race possible is 10:30 local time. So check it out, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Bye-bye.
And I'm gonna chase the
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.